by daylight. Has anyone told you you're a resident sleeper, Slane? 'Cause you are. Good evening, guys. Holy shit, it is hot as balls again. It's hotter balls. Its balls are hotter. Yep. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Tonight on the Dips, we're probably going to be playing more Nemi-chan. We were playing last night with Reassurance and still managed to do pretty good. We changed up our strategies a bit. Instead of going like for close proxying, we ended up doing further away proxies to bait on hooks, which seems to work pretty good. The chases just take longer, mainly because we give them a bigger head start, but it still generally ends up the same way. You run into cheat lobbies, it's still the same shit though, so it doesn't even matter what's going on. It doesn't matter what perks people are running, because as a cheat lobby, it throws all the, everything out the door. So, I haven't been streaming DVD my entire life, and also not what I used to be. I've been streaming for 10 years this August. Well, that's already passed now. I've been streaming for 10 years already. Height of streaming was during H1Z1, and then a little bit during The Division and PlanetSide 2. Yeah, I mean, nice. As in, I've streamed for that long, not nice because my stream has grown that much. So, what they don't tell you, not everyone turns into ninja on Twitch. Some people go in reverse, if you didn't know that. Yeah. Kind of sucks, but that's life. So, yeah, I've had multiple different iterations of my channel. It's been in multiple different phases over the years, and here we are today. So it's not all Dead by Daylight. Unfortunately. I might actually be one of the grandfathered streamers that aren't really actually that good or entertaining that still are big on Twitch, so... yeah. It was a wholesome... Twitch was never a wholesome place. Good evening, KSA. OG, yeah. Yeah, I'm not like... I started streaming because that's when I made my Twitch account. I actually started streaming in August of 2012. Not, hey, look, guys, I made my Twitch account at this day and it's 5 years later when I started streaming. Or one of the kids that pretends they're streaming on Justin TV. Because there's, like, no one that did that. I think only one of the few people I know that still streams that does that was Dan's Gaming. I think it was even further back than that. I think it was 2010 when it turned into Twitch. And Justin TV was like 2008. Yeah, when people talk about like how long they've been streaming, usually most people will not tell complete truths on that. But yeah, I've been streaming for pretty much full time for 10 years at this point. Not always full time. I'd say it's about 30 hours per month-ish on my low end and 40, 50 hours on my high end. Just regular. Yeah. It got nuked, huh? It probably, assumingly you don't know what happened with your account, probably got hacked and then people were using it for nefarious purposes, so. I don't think Twitch was ever wholesome. At least nowadays when you talk about people stream sniping you, they believe you. And still there's some pushback when you talk about cheating, but it's not as bad as it used to be. In 2013, when I was playing PlanetSide 2 and getting stream sniped out the wazoo, because it's very easy to do in that game, I remember people in that game pretending, or people in the stream pretending that I just, like, no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, and why would anyone ever do that? And now, you know, stream sniping is pretty regular, right? For most, you've probably heard a big streamer talk about it because it does happen, because it's a way of growing followers, right? Are you cheating in Dead by Daylight? No. I would be a bigger streamer if I cheated in Dead by Daylight. I've actually talked about this before. Pushback to cheating as in pushback to talking about anti-cheat, talking about people that do cheat. Yeah. One of the worst things you can do to your stream, by the way, if you guys are curious, one of the worst things, I've talked about this on occasion, one of the worst things you can do on your stream is talk about people cheating and also accuse people of cheating. Yeah, because there's still this, like, shonen kind of battle, the chivalrous battle, the Hokage that everyone thinks video games are, and it's not. Especially on Twitch, because Twitch is about money. So there's incentive for people to actually cheat in the first place, because you perform better, you look better in front of people. Onward and onward, right? And then you get more followers and more viewers, and it snowballs from there, because the more people that see you, the more visibility you have, because that's the way Twitch works. Yeah. Best bet there is just hope that you can end the game and they won't hold you hostage. People that hold other people hostage, that's mainly a streamer thing, and I avoid that by changing my name constantly. Luckily, there's new privacy options in the game, but I constantly rotate my username, or I was prior to the privacy options. We're going to see how it goes. When I get a sus game, and it seems like we're getting focused by like a cheat lobby, I'll usually rotate my name like immediately. There's no way to associate my Twitch account with my Steam account unless you know who I am or you're stream sniping me from my stream, so... Yeah. I've only been held hostage once. And according to the Survivor rulebook, I am not a kosher killer, so... If they have any reason to cheat against you, they will. So we do a lot of profiling, and I give people no reason to cheat from the lobby. I was doing... when they put in loadouts in the game, I thought it was hilarious because I was going to do debated loadouts, which is if people have a way of cheating in the lobby and seeing, revealing the killer and what loadouts they have, what perks they have, I would change my loadout at the last 6 seconds. So I had a wholesome loadout on my killer, and then I changed it the last 6 seconds. And what that did was actually get us more cheaters. That actually got us even more people cheating in the game than when I played with my my normal build, because my normal build is actually kind of weird compared to most people. I used overcharge even prior to the anniversary update. But I'd run my wholesome build, and then I'd change it at 6 seconds, and what actually happened was it would cause people to cheat more often. Like, they go, hey, this guy's sus, he's changing his perks at the last second, maybe he has something to hide, so even if they don't know who I am, it gives them, like, a probable cause to cheat. Fucking hilarious shit. Not even joking. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the most basic cheat is a lobby revealer. It is one of the most... well-known and spread cheats. You can find free versions of it available in forums, so that still work. Yeah. Yeah, this is a fake build, by the way. So the entire build here, this is a Jabeta build. The entire build here is to discourage people from doing certain things. So I have Lightborn, so it'll discourage them from taking flashlights, even though I never use Lightborn, by the way. I have Spies here, so it'll encourage them to take Calm Spirit, which doesn't really do jack shit unless you have something that it counters. We have Blood Echo here just for shits and giggles, make them think I'm going to keep them hurt, so they'll bring med kits. And then I have Barbecue and Chili because I'm one of those wholesome killers, right? I just use Barbecue and Chili all the time. Yeah. Yeah, so I'd swap at 6 seconds. Like, when you see Survivor's Insta-Swap, I'd swap at 6 seconds, and it actually got us more cheaters. I did that for like 2 days, and then I stopped. I stopped doing it. Yeah. So while people can't figure out... generally can't figure out who I am as far as a streamer goes, because I'm just you. In the game, I'm not you, by the way. That's not my username. They can't figure out who I am based on my Steam profile and anything in my DVD account. If you give them reason to cheat, people will cheat in this game, and cheating is very easy and very common, so, yeah. Gonna hate DBD over time, but I don't want to lose my DBD account, so I don't mess with that. So, I mean, you don't get the same serotonin or dopamine when you cheat. It just doesn't work that way. So unless you have something else that's giving it to you, you like your friends jack you off, there's no incentive to cheat. You'll just ruin the game for yourself. It'll become too easy, and then you'll ruin any sort of positive response you get from playing the game. That being said, there's people that cheat all the time, and it's mainly, once again, to show off in front of their friends or get to people to jerk them off. That's why people generally do not rage cheat. Because if you rage cheat, everyone knows you're a joke. But if you subtly cheat, then you can, which I would say 99.5% of players are that cheat. If you subtly cheat, then you can show off in front of everyone, and they'll think you're fantastic. You'll get pats on the back, all that dopamine and serotonin you're really looking for in your life, right? Oh my god, you'll get profile comments about how you're such a good looper. Oh, geez, you can make a flashlight montage and show it off on Twitter and YouTube and or on Reddit, and no one will know. Yeah. Thank you. I like to think so. But, yeah. Yeah. Just trying to get on my good side. Is this where you asked me to watch your YouTube clip? Uh-huh. Good stuff, though, guys. But yeah, no, it depends. Like, it's kind of weird. I've been streaming Dead by Daylight for a year and a half at this point. My stream relatively... I mean, we've got new viewers and new people watching and new followers. But as far as, like, my stream actually growing to some surmountable amount, I've been streaming for this for over a year and a half at this point. And it has not happened. And I've actually hypothesized that a lot of people just don't even want to watch a good killer. They want to watch someone that fails. And fails miserably over and over again, especially if it caters to their cause. There's a very strong us versus them vibe in this game. Survivor versus killer, right? Us versus them vibe. And the majority of the community is made up of survivor mates, and hence why they really, really enjoy it. That light will eventually burn up, but not yet. They'll eventually, the survivor mains want to watch stuff that caters to their demographic. So, haha, killer gets stomped on, haha, he's having a tough time, haha. Killer thinks people cheat in the game, no one cheats in the game, ha ha ha, that sort of thing. Yeah. Hey, Prime. I installed Windows 11 the other day, it's good. Well, what's good about it? It's a UI overhaul, and it has problems with games, so... I don't really see a reason to install Windows 11. Maybe if there's eventually benefit for doing so, but there isn't yet. And it's so fucking humid right now, guys. It is ridiculously humid. It's only 70 outside, too, and it's fucking humid as shit. Thoughts on Killer being too hard in the present day? It is difficult. That's one of the reasons I play it. I would say Killer is probably 8 times harder than Survivor. It's not just a linear relationship where it's 4 times harder because there's 4 survivors. It is a lot more, like managing all 4 survivors, especially if you get good survivors, is a huge deal. Huge, huge deal. And of course it's very stressful on top of that too, because survivors like trash talking, and you can kind of, I'm pretty sure, you know, tinfoil hat moment here, but I'm pretty sure you can kind of feel when people are strongly feeling things towards you. And if you got 4 people just trying to bully you in a game, it is very, very stressful for you. Yeah. But, Survivor apparently got nerfed so hard that they needed to give them buffs recently because of the anniversary update, which I don't believe at all. I talked about this on stream, and I've just tweeted about it again, which is Dead by Daylight. Obviously, they added reassurance to the game to help with camping. But, like, the funny thing here is there was already OTR and DS in the game, and OTR is a better version of DS. So, prior to the update at high MMR, this is the weird thing, prior to the update at high MMR, I would usually see about 2 DSs per game. 2 people running DS per game. After the anniversary update, we have maybe 1 in 4 that will run OTR, and 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 that will run DS. Despite the tunneling and camping being more common, there are now less people running DS or OTR. Why? I don't know. And then I think I've only ever run into 1 person that ran both OTR and DS. Only 1 person. Out of all the people I played against, only 1 person. And it's fucking weird because it seems like it's something where they're, like, survivors should be like, hey, maybe I should run OTR and DS. I'm getting tunneled all the time. Instead, they didn't. And now we're just to the point where BHVR stepped in and gave them even more buffs, not just reassurance, but also 110% movement speed for 10 seconds and 10 seconds of basic BT instead of 107 and 5 seconds before. And of course, BT, the perk, stacks on top of that. So I don't know if there's some sort of Twitch streamer or YouTuber that said, oh my god, OTR and DS are useless now. But like a lot of people weren't running it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Don't tell me. You were buttering me up to look at your YouTube? No. Don't be that way. It's actually pretty funny in the YouTube, not YouTube, but in the Just Chatting category, you'll get people that'll stop in and go, hey, have you seen my friend's clips? And like they'll just want you to watch their YouTube, which I'm guessing is a promotional thing. Like where they get paid per click and then they try to get streamers to watch content that they want them to. Sometimes it's completely unrelated to my channel. It might not even have anything to do with video games. It's so fucking random. But it's happened on more than one occasion where we get the guy that comes in your channel, hey, watch this clip. And then sometimes they won't even respond and they'll, like, you know, like a bot thing, and then they'll just leave after posting the clip. But other times, They do that just particularly to get you to watch it, and then once again they'll leave either if you watch it or you don't watch it. So, yeah. But I want to say, like, killer is manageable. I would say, depending on which killer you're playing, it's manageable. What I call B tier killers are the bare minimum you need to play against high MMR. C tier does not work against high MMR killers or high MMR survivors. They're just too good. Executioner, for instance, will not work against him. His mouse 2 just isn't fast enough. Mm-hmm. Drinking, trying to be funny without getting banned. Oh, no. But, yeah. And a lot of people like seeing other people, like, they like seeing a very active chat, and I don't have a really active chat, so, yeah. It's another thing. Pay people to talk in my chat. Hey, how's the weather? Oh, it's great. Oh, yeah? Yeah, what about the weather? Like, literally nothing to do with your channel. Yeah, oh, you went to the movies yesterday? Oh, how's it going? Yeah, that's great. Good. Fucking hilarious. Anyways, guys, we're going to take a look at the tube tonight. Not tube videos from viewers, by the way, but we're going to take a look at the tube, see what's going on there, and do some uploads, and then the Reddits, and get into game. So Artemis, guys, if you guys didn't know, the SLS was supposed to launch on Monday. They're doing a trial run to the moon, in which they're going to, for our moon trip in 2024, where they're going to do a loop around it, I think a couple loops around it, and then they're going to come back. It's going to be unmanned, though. It's going to come back and land on Earth. But that got put off. Apparently there's a stuck valve, and they reset the launch for Saturday, if you are curious about that. Kind of cool. Very interesting. We're, like, the governments and, like, fucking Elon Musk, like, targeting Mars, I think is a little bit like a horse, or a cart in front of a horse sort of ordeal. We really need to go to the moon first before we go back to Mars. We need to go back to the moon before we go to Mars. And there we go. Particularly because a lot of the problems that we're going to encounter on Mars we'll encounter on the moon. Only we're much closer to Earth, and it'll, you know, it's easier to solve. The cycle for updating and solving will be much faster. So, my YouTube's too bright. It's not. So, if you guys didn't know, if your eyeballs literally get fried from your monitor, your brightness is too bright. I'm just going to throw this out here. Your backlight on your monitor should not be that much brighter than your ambient light. I have a light in front of me, and I have a light behind me. I've turned down, and you tweak your brightness, by the way. I think my brightness is at like 20%. And it still looks fine, because you can find the curve between contrast ratios and brightness. And it'll still hold your contrast ratio. So my monitor is just a little bit brighter than my light. There's some people I've seen, including my friends, by the way, who just buy a monitor and they leave it on like the demo setting at like 100% brightness, and it literally like fries your eyeballs. It's actually no wonder that a lot of people have to use dark mode, because they never turned down the brightness on their monitor in the first place. Yeah. So, if your eyeballs are getting fried right now, it either means your brightness... Oh, no, your just brightness is too bright. If you're on a phone in a dark room right now, it'll auto-dim your screen, assuming you have it on. But if you are on a monitor in a room that has a light on in it, and your eyeballs are on fire right now, you should consider calibrating your monitor. So, yeah. Have you ever watched a streamer and you literally can see like an image of the screen through the camera on their face? Yeah, like their face is glowing? Yeah, their monitor's too bright. I'm just, yeah. Yeah, you don't need to turn, like, you won't see less if you turn down the brightness. It's not like you're outside. You can control the light sources around you, right? It's not like you're outside and it needs to combat the sun or something. You're literally inside in a controlled environment in which you can pick and choose the brightness on your monitor or screen in whatever you're using. It doesn't need to be on scorch. Obviously, if you turn down the brightness too far, it's going to affect your contrast. But there is a happy medium between being overly bright and still maintaining good contrast ratios, good white balance, darkness levels, all the same. But there's a lot of people that never calibrate the monitor. They just set it up and that thing fries their face. Don't take my word for it. Just once again, just make your monitor a little bit brighter than your background lighting and you'll be perfectly fine. Assuming that it doesn't just completely just explode your contrast ratios because you turned it down too much. Was it the first moon trip filmed in a Hollywood basement from a guy that directed The Shining? Yes, totally. Yes, the moon landing was fake. It's kind of funny. In terms of rocket power, I was talking about this before, guys. The Saturn V's, our current rockets have not actually caught up to the Saturn V's. This is kind of ridiculous. Starship will. a spaceship, Starship from SpaceX will be very close to the Saturn V. The Saturn V, yeah, the SLS, which is the new rocket from NASA, is inferior to the Saturn V. I'm sure it has all sorts of updated systems and navigation and, like redundancies, but in terms of raw carrying capacity and price to launch, it is 4 times more expensive to launch the SLS than it is to launch a Saturn V, including inflation. It is more expensive. It's like $1.1 billion per launch for the Saturn V back in 1960, adjusted for today, obviously. And comparatively, the SLS, it takes about $4 billion per launch. On the other hand, SpaceX has their, what is it? Not spaceship, Dragon capsule? No, I think Dragon capsule is Blue Origin. Yeah. Heavy lift vehicle. Falcon Heavy. This is what SpaceX currently uses. It is very cheap, by the way. So while the Saturn V was around 1.23 billion per launch, the Falcon Heavy is around 150 million. But the carrying capacity is half that of Saturn V. This is pretty insane. You finished Better Call Saul? Yep, we talked about it yesterday. I thought it was pretty good. First half of the season was pretty good. Second half of the season, all right. And then the last episode, I have no fucking idea what they were doing in it. They just went back in like 6 years of character development. Jimmy did some really stupid shit, I think just for the sake of getting Kim to like him again. Which I guess. But once again, that throws away 6 years of, or 6 seasons of character development for both those guys, and it was fucking stupid. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah. Anyways, tidying up this first, though, but we are still not back to the Saturn Vs. Think what a Saturn 10 would be today, guys. So the Saturn V, this is from 1960. Yeah, 1967. This is from 60 years ago. And it is still ahead of where we are today. And this is 60 years ago. Imagine what a Saturn 10 would be. It would be insane. The Starship will be a catch-up, though, as you can see here. So, Starship will surpass the Saturn V, but this is years out. This isn't done yet. Price per launch for SpaceX, however, is absolutely phenomenal, though. 150 million per launch. That's pretty good. It's like a tenth of the cost of the Saturn V, which is pretty good. So you could literally launch this 6 times more. So obviously makes up for it. What? That'd be... Yeah, you can launch this basically 10 times more, maybe 8 times more, and it has half the carrying capacity. So it's basically 4 times as efficient as the Saturn V. I've not seen El Camino. But yeah, the ending of Better Call Saul was pretty... Yeah, it's mainly just the last episode. It wasn't as bad as Game of Thrones Season 8. But the last episode of Better Call Saul, it seemed like they kind of had things planned out, as can be seen by what Jimmy does. Can kind of have things planned out, and then they just decide to completely change it. Like, halfway through the episode, they decided to change things randomly. And I was like, what? You know, they could have planned that things out even better beforehand and still had kind of the same result without Jimmy basically fucking himself. Yeah. Season 8 of Game of Thrones was bad. I ranted about it for four hours on stream on the second episode. And I still have it highlighted, by the way. That was years ago when it aired, when everyone was still like, "Oh my god, Arya killed the Night King! That's so amazing, guys! Oh my god, Arya is so good! She killed the Night King!" You know, and one of these, by the way, spoilers. But anyways, you shouldn't watch the last season of Game of Thrones anyways, so I'm not really spoiling anything for you. You should never watch Season 8 of Game of Thrones ever. If you've never watched Game of Thrones, don't watch the last season, ever. It's horrible. It will make you retroactively hate the earlier seasons of Game of Thrones. And that's kind of sad. That's personally kind of sad, but yeah, fucking last, oh my god. That was so fucking weird, and then they did it completely out of order, like, you know, they're supposed to have, like, the end game battle, right? Like, right at the end of the game, end of the series, right? Right at the end. And they didn't. They had, like, it was kind of at the beginning, which was the highlight of the entire series, and then they're like, yeah, man, let's just have this other battle no one gives a shit about later on, and just have a bunch of characters just do stupid shit that misrepresents what they've, you know, the growth as characters through the last 7 seasons at this point. And you're like, yeah, it was like literally like fanfic, like horrible fanfic from high school. I don't know. It just goes to show you that those writers had no idea what the fuck they're doing after they had no original work from R.R. Martin anymore. So, yeah. And it's good. That's just the way it goes, so. No, don't watch Season 8. Even Season 7 was getting there, but it wasn't as bad as Season 8. Season 8 was horrible. Then they had 2 episodes of filler, too. Like, they had episodes of filler in the last season. They only had 6 episodes, and they filled it with fucking filler. Like, what are you doing? You have 6 episodes to accomplish everything you need to tie up all the loose ends, and you fill it with fucking filler. Of Arya getting laid, and Brianna breaking down and turning into a... They had to show her weakness, apparently. Brianna turning into just another little girl that was griping at the legs of her lover or something. It was fucking bad. Brianna was pretty cool, and then they just tore her down. Made no sense in any way, shape, or form. I don't know. Even Arya, like, even if you wanted things to play out the same way with the characters, they just decided that they're just going to go complete opposite direction. Like, you could make Arya kill the Night King and do it in a good way, right? Instead, they just had her, like, walking in and just stabbing him. It was, like, out of nowhere. He's just like, what's going on? Oh, look, there she... and then he died. You're like, what? What just happened? And then they even cucked Jon Snow out of everything. All that setup. Fucking 8 seasons, 7 seasons of setup, and they cucked Jon Snow out of killing a fucking dragon. He couldn't even kill a goddamn dragon. Because the moment he's about ready to slay that fucking thing, Arya killed the Night King and it just disappeared. Like, yeah, no, we can't have Jon Snow doing anything useful. That would go against current politics and agenda. Nope. No, Jon Snow, you're inconsequential. And instead, it's going to be about the disabled kid in the wheelchair. Yeah. If you didn't know, the entire series is about Bran all along. Like, the whole... Even the last battle, just like with the Night King, just didn't fucking make sense. Like, Bran just, like, fucked off. He could have won it. He could have, like, yeah, like a polar bear or something, right? You know, taking over a giant bear or some sort of big beast. Started slaughtering people. He just fucked right off. He was, like, in his chair, too, in the middle of it, and he just, like, went with the crows and just fucked off. Yeah, I'm just remembering shit that just happened there. It was just, like, so much that just went bad. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Bran, yeah, it was like in the middle of it too. Like he couldn't just leave his body because his body's vulnerable, right? He just went into crows and fucked off. The king just fucked off, and he didn't do anything. He just, yeah, he's like, I'm gonna go away now, and just left. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, apparently king of Westeros or whatever it is. Yeah. Fucking crazy shit, guys. Anyways, we're talking about rockets. We're going back to the moon. Anyways, SLS, it's supposed to be the new, after they retired the shuttles, they made the SLS to replace the shuttles. Shuttles were a horrible idea, by the way. The shuttles were basically 5 steps backwards from where we need to be, because we're back to rockets again, right? The space shuttle just looked cool, and it was something that kind of served the purpose as representation of our country, the advancement of our country, because it was like a spaceship, right? But it's not actually anything that makes sense in space, so... They actually made it so they can mount guns on it and stuff. Like, it's supposed to be a ship that can fly. Yeah, no. The original design for this, the space shuttle had a gun on the front, if you guys didn't know that. I think it did, actually. They, like, the port and everything, they just never installed it. Yeah. Crazy shit. Because can we send a monkey to Mars first? Probably. I don't know. This is like the whole thing is, why don't we just go to the moon first, right? You know, baby steps. Mars is fantastic. I'd love to go to Mars. You know, but in terms of where we are as civilization right now, like, going to the moon is actually pretty fantastic. And then just, like, operating out of space, figuring out how to drop the cost of entering space, which SpaceX is actually doing, by the way. Figuring out how to lower the cost of entering space. Then have some sort of applicable goals, like, let's say, a space elevator, which, by the way, can be done. It's just going to be insanely expensive, and would have to be something like, it would be like a country project, like a first world country project. So it would probably involve getting an asteroid from space and pulling it into a geosynchronous orbit. Pretty big asteroid from space, putting it into a geosynchronous orbit, because that would actually be cheaper than lifting something in space, if you guys didn't know that. Putting an asteroid in a geosynchronous orbit, and then figuring out how to attach a elevator of some kind to it. And obviously, there's going to be mistakes, and you know, people are going to die and whatever, but that happens. So, innovation, guys. Instead, we're like, yeah, let's go to Mars. You're like, what about the moon? Why not just the moon to start with? This is why aliens use us as entertainment, guys. They literally know we're monkeys just flailing around down here. But, yeah. Anyways, what we're doing right now, the SLS is basically still inferior. And SLS, by the way, will get close. This is proposed, by the way. We'll get close to Saturn V in terms of capacity. But this is a long way out. 2031. Yeah, 10 years planning does not mean they're going to get here. This is just what they actually have for launch right now. So, whether or not that happens, SpaceX, on the other hand, I believe they're completely, like, Elon Musk is completely capable of meeting this. NASA, on the other hand, I don't. It's not completely NASA's fault, by the way. They get paid absolute jack shit. They're defunded heavily by Congress. So, you know, they have a shoestring budget. They're just doing what they can. And, hilariously enough, they're just trying to get back to where we were 60 years ago. That's sad. The fucking Saturn V lifted literally a space station to space. That's insane. Skylab, it literally put a space station into space. One of the first space stations in space. Pretty cool shit. And then they deorbited Skylab. It was literally because the Saturn V's are actually based off of ICBMs. If you guys didn't know that, they're based on intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yeah. So part of the development was already there because they just used something that was already available. So, yeah. Anyways, 5 steps back, 3 steps forward. That's what we're going on right now, and they postponed the launch till Saturday. I don't know once again why they're using an SLS in the first place when SpaceX basically took over spaceflight for the most part for the U.S. They're a private company, which kind of sucks, but in and of itself, they're literally, like, they're a better option than having the government do it. So I don't know why the government's still trying to do this when they could pay SpaceX to do it. So, yeah. I mean, at one point, it would have been cheaper for us to do it ourselves, the government, that is, to do it ourselves. But now we have a private company that does it cheaper, so why even waste money on NASA building their own rocket? Don't know. But here we are. That is bureaucracy or Congress in a nutshell right there. They probably set the standard for NASA and they had to build a rocket, so. Anyways. Attention-based entertainment, that sucks. Shorts, we aren't going to look at any of those because they make you brain dead. Maybe we'll take a look at Tom Scott. Pretty cool, by the way. We looked at his crossbow hybrid, and pretty interesting. Why London is building luxury homes in a housing crisis. Ooh, this is a longer B1M. I love B1M, by the way. What happened to Flying Wings? They had a lot of problems. Is that one of the engineers for the Pratt Whitney engine for the SR-71? Tractor Pull people are smart. Smart every day behind the scenes. We looked at this video yesterday. It's actually pretty good. I like Smarter Every Day. He's a pretty good channel to watch, guys. If you're looking for something educational, but at the same time entertaining, he does a pretty good job of meshing the two together. Why Hollywood explosions don't look like real explosions? Because they're just designed for flair. Let's see, guys. We haven't seen a B1M in a while. Let's take a look at this. What's happening to London, guys? B1M's fantastic, pretty good too.
Seen something like this. A makeshift wall around a construction site that paints a picture of a bright new future underway. Here in London, they're everywhere.
You guys didn't know, housing in London is incredibly, or not London, in UK is incredibly expensive. Buying new houses
come with big visions and
are very, very expensive.
Price tags. famous architects are signed up to design shiny new buildings complete with a suite of luxury amenities. Local governments say they'll revitalise things with economic development and thousands of construction jobs.
But for the people who already live in these areas, developments like these are a sign that things are about to get expensive.
All around the world, it's getting harder and harder to find an affordable place to rent, let alone buy. London's in the middle of a high-rise building boom that's reshaping the city. Just last year, some 587 new skyscrapers were in the pipeline. It's not like there's no new housing being built, it's just that a lot of it isn't really affordable. 40 years ago, the average home in London cost just £24,000.
I remember right, this has something to do with the regulations.
By 2018, that price had reached nearly $500,000. The city's latest makeover is right here, at a formerly abandoned power station that's been transformed into a new development. Just across the street is a load of affordable housing that highlights a rapidly changing neighbourhood. When you boil this all down, there's a simple story of how a city saved a piece of its history and built loads of new housing, shops and parks. The question is, at what cost?
Oh, everything.
What we really want is a thriving community here.
We want people to wake up in the morning and say, you know, what should we do today? Let's go down to Battersea Power Station.
Keep the history of Battersea Power Station alive.
It's a good thing for Londoners.
This is a big deal for this area. 20,000
That's the Prime Minister, I believe. I think he retired though.
Created.
It's always had a soul, but the soul is definitely coming back, and it's just so wonderful.
It's not for anyone really who is indigenous to this area. It was never designed for them. It's just built for people who've got sheer access to wealth and money.
So we've got to build genuinely affordable homes for Londoners.
There is a scramble for people to try and become asset owners. Unless you can buy your own place, you're just totally screwed by the system.
The world's housing market is hurting.
It isn't a crisis anymore. It is a disaster.
Lord lottery! Lord displacement!
The housing system in this city is not designed to meet the needs of ordinary Londoners.
Representation, guys.
Looking like a giant table with its legs in the air, Battersea Power Station is one of those unlovely landmarks which are often held in deeper regard than the finest architectural masterpieces.
Before Battersea Power Station was London's newest luxury neighbourhood, it was, funnily enough, an actual power station. You might recognise it from Pink Floyd's Animals album, or Doctor Who, Sherlock, Batman, the list goes on. At its peak, Battersea was supplying a fifth of London's electricity, but it was shut down in the 80s due to air pollution and then sat abandoned for decades.
Surprise.
During that time, it was granted Grade 2 listed status, meaning that it's formally protected as a heritage site. As the years rolled by, ideas for how to repurpose the massive building came and went.
Well, sadly, its smoke-belching days were actually its heyday. It's all been downhill since then. Pretty depressing waste, really, of one of the most iconic, most unique buildings in London.
Proposals ranged from an indoor theme park to hotels, a shopping mall, football stadium, and everything in between.
Asked whether she enjoyed fun fairs, Mrs. Thatcher replied,
"I quite like fun fairs. I used to when I was very young."
In the meantime, it cropped up in movies and was intermittently used for gigs and events. I even ran through the derelict heart of it as part of a men's health assault course.
Oh.
It wasn't until 2013 when a group of Malaysian developers successfully began a £9 billion project to transform...
Why do people in the UK come up with funny words for everything that already has a word?
Full of bars, restaurants,
Bars,
shops, offices and luxury housing. Now, if this story seems familiar to you, it's because there are a lot of new mixed-use developments like this cropping up all over the world. There's Hudson Yards in New York.
A commercial and residential wonderland.
The One in Toronto.
The city of the future.
The Tun Razak Exchange in Kuala Lumpur.
With the right execution, the economic multiplier effect will be immense.
South Bank by Beulah in Melbourne.
Australia's tallest tower. Apartment prices ranging from $500,000 to $35 million.
And that's just naming a few. But if you're looking for property in a city with global connections, there's pretty much no better place on earth than London.
What? Not New York? Please. Please.
When it comes to renovating iconic landmarks, there's a lot of pressure to get things right. For years, UK governments tried to figure out what to do with Battersea Power Station and how to pay for such a project. In the end, it took a development like this to save it.
The same things happened with historic sites elsewhere in London, like at King's Cross, and it's a bit of a running theme in cities worldwide. Carnegie Library in Washington DC is now an Apple store. Cape Town's iconic grain silo is now a luxury
I don't know if that
hotel.
one was saved.
And this historic gas plant in Madrid is finding new life as a private office development. The team at Battersea Power Station pulled out all the stops to transform the site into something new while preserving some of its history. They brought in high-profile architects to design new towers, complete with one of London's largest roof gardens and over 19 acres of public space. Apple is planning to make the power station its London campus. There's a brand new US embassy nearby, and there's not one but 2 new tube stations in the neighbourhood.
Our vision and the vision of our shareholders is going to be
tube
a
station.
New town centre for Wandsworth and also for London. So we want people to come here, we want people to shop, to live, to spend time. So we really want it to be that draw for the local community and the wider area.
Battersea Power Station is being developed in no fewer than 8 main phases, with the first 4 laid out so far. First was building a new apartment complex, which was complete in 2017. Next was converting the old power station into new shops, apartments, offices, restaurants, and an event space. That's set to open to the public in autumn 2022. The third phase is to construct a brand new high street along with a Frank Gehry designed building, and the fourth will be the construction of new affordable housing. There are already more than 1,800 people living in the new homes built in Phase 1. Rent in the new developments ranges from around £2,000 to more than £7,000 a month. If you're in the market to buy, that'll be anywhere from more than £550,000 for a studio to $7 million for one of the ultra-luxury Sky Villas. Yes, there are now 18 Sky Villas on top of an old power station, complete with private terraces, 360-degree views of London, and a communal roof garden.
Now, it's difficult to overstate just how big Battersea Power Station really is. The entirety of St Paul's Cathedral could fit inside the main boiler house. As you might imagine, converting this enormous building from a coal plant into a new mixed-use development wasn't exactly a stroll along the river.
Fundamentally, we are using the building in a different way, and we were often finding that foundations weren't quite the shape and size that they were on the original drawings.
They cut corners?
You can do lots of surveying, but until you actually dig it all up, trial hole that you did wasn't quite in the right place, and then inevitably you discover things. And so that's a challenge.
You discover new
challenges.
challenges.
The power station's iconic chimneys were built in the 1930s, and the second 2 followed later in the 1950s. Having channeled decades of CO2 by the time this new development began construction, they were all in bad shape and needed to be completely demolished and rebuilt. Almost 25,000 wheelbarrows of concrete were poured into these 51-metre tall
structures. They tore them down to rebuild
the same jump form technique as when they were first built. The concrete was hoisted up to the top of the chimney, transferred into wheelbarrows, and then hand-poured into the structures.
Holy shit.
The hoist-carrying workers was moved up after each section dried until they reached the top. The same materials were used to construct the new chimneys. The only thing that's new are the more modern steel reinforcements hidden inside. The original chimneys were reinforced with a helix-like metal cage within the concrete, whereas the new chimneys use a modern gridwork. Everything else, down to the exact paint colour, was meticulously matched to replicate the originals. One of the chimneys has even been fitted with a glass elevator, drawing visitors to the site with the promise of 360 views of London. And it's not just the chimneys that got a makeover. Much of the outside of the power station was also taken apart and rebuilt. The restoration team was so meticulous with the brickwork that they actually tracked down the original manufacturers to create 1.7 million handmade bricks to replace originals where needed. Even the control room was restored to its original state and is set to be used as a pretty cool events venue.
I think it's not just me but there's a lot of people in the team that feel a bit of responsibility and an obligation.
So this is only something that government could really do, and bureaucracy at work here. If capitalism took over, right, they just tear the shit down, right? Because it makes no sense to do what they just did.
Now, the renovation of the power station,
besides it being historic, and is it really historic?
It's part of one of Europe's biggest regeneration schemes that's out to transform this whole area of London, from the power station down here at Battersea, right up to where those new skyscrapers are rising at Vauxhall.
Way back in 2012, when Boris Johnson was Mayor of London, he introduced a plan for something called the Vauxhall Nine Elms Battersea Opportunity Area. Catchy name, right?
I think there is no going back now. I think all the doubters, all the cynics are going to be blown away. This is going to happen, and it's quite an extraordinary thing.
Okay, we get it. We know this sounds incredibly dull, but this document right here is essentially a master plan to take this area of London and transform it into a bustling new neighbourhood filled with new apartments and businesses. While this is one of the biggest, it's not London's only plan to reshape a neighbourhood. These so-called opportunity areas play a big role in where new developments pop up. There are 47 of them now identified across the city. The idea is that by strategically putting resources into new construction, the government can help introduce new homes, jobs and investment into an area. And that's not just a London thing. City planners around the world have long used zoning rules and redevelopment programs to direct resources to certain regions. San Francisco publishes its development pipeline. New York City has a map of urban renewal areas. And Melbourne has a digital model of all its new developments. Of course, every site is unique, but if you want to get an idea of which neighbourhoods might soon be described as up and coming, then maps like these are a really good place to start. In theory, new homes, more businesses, public parks and better infrastructure like train lines are all good things. And so far, all the effort that's gone into transforming Battersea is starting to pay off. The neighbourhood's been topping lists of places to live. High-profile buyers like Sting and Bear Grylls have snapped up properties here.
Is it?
And despite slow sales at the start of the pandemic, the developers told us they've sold 94% of all residential properties.
Good.
House prices right across Battersea have more than tripled in the last 20 years. Now the average is £750,000. If you're a real estate developer, local council or homeowner looking to sell some of your property to raise money, that's good news. But if you're a Londoner looking for an affordable place to live, not so much. Battersea is still very much an area in transition. You can see the stark contrast just by crossing the road.
This is a good shot right through there, look.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot right through there, the development. Two cities, two worlds.
Neil Pinder grew up in Patmore Estate, a council housing development just across the street from the power station. Now he works as a professor of architecture, trying to make the industry more accessible and decode some of the language used by architects and developers.
And so this is where I grew up here, right, number 2. This is where we used to play football. So we used to have massive football matches, you know, 15 a side.
Soccer.
Literally.
The fear is that it's only a matter of time until these council estates that now find themselves on high-value sites in the centre of the city are either demolished or prices go up by so much that the current tenants can't afford to stay.
Yeah.
To be very clear, there are no current plans to demolish Patmore Estate, but such a move wouldn't be unprecedented.
It
Surprise!
may have once been
Capitalism, guys.
3,000 people, but now it's coming down bit by bit.
Another South London neighbourhood called Elephant and Castle recently went through a similar regeneration. To make way for a new private development on a prime site, a massive public housing building was infamously demolished. Residents were uprooted from their homes and relocated.
So, I think it's important to point out here, because I don't know why this is a thing, but if you live in an apartment, you don't own that apartment. I know this is kind of weird, but for some strange reason, when people think that they live in an apartment, they own the apartment. You don't. You can be kicked out for a lot of different reasons, including the building being sold. So being uprooted is not quite what you're looking for there. Uprooting is mainly if someone owns a home, and like let's say you use, was it not public domain? There's a thing where the government can take over your land and basically seize it. Eminent domain? Is that it? Eminent domain? That's where you're getting uprooted and being moved out. But let's say you still have the right, by the way, to, for the most part, to say no, you don't want to move out, right, if you own the property. But if you don't own the property, it's not up to you. There's no entitlement to feel as though you have to you have to live in this apartment because it's yours, right? You've lived there for years. It's a business. An apartment is a business, and you are living inside of a business, which is why you should actually buy your own home if you can afford it, because sometimes it's even cheaper doing a loan or a mortgage than it is paying for monthly rent. Something you should look in. People should look into. So when they just uproot themselves, or when they're uprooted, they don't really have any right to complain, in my personal opinion. Like, if prices change and all of a sudden the market, you can't afford to live there anymore, you just find somewhere that's cheaper. That's just the way it goes. I don't know why that's such a big deal, especially when you live in an apartment, but find cheaper apartments. And if there aren't cheap enough apartments and people are ending up on the street, then government housing is appropriate, right? Having a subsidized housing where people can afford to make monthly payments is very important. But that doesn't mean they're entitled to live in a certain part of town or in a certain area, because that's more expensive and it costs more. And then the price of government housing goes up. So, yeah, like, I like, this is kind of one of the things, B1M has started to do this more and more, where they hit on the grassroots, or maybe not grassroots angle, but like going for minorities and like people should not be moved out of their homes sort of ordeal. But it depends on where you live and depends on what you're doing and how much you're paying. Like, people are not immune to the economy. They are not immune to capitalism because of they're part of a minority or majority, for that matter. They aren't, because of their whatever demographic they're part of, they're not immune to capitalism. Once again, it's still important to have affordable housing. That's good, for sure. However, at the end of the day, you can't say certain demographics are just immune to capitalism just cause, right? And, and it's not like they don't have housing available to them. That would be horrible if they get their house torn down, or they get where they live torn down, and then they have no options, right? That's horrible, for sure. But if there's other options available to them, and they're paying the same price, that's capitalism. That's the way it works.
So much development happening around here now.
Yeah.
Are places like this under threat?
Yes, definitely, because they're selling these off.
They had a piece about this. I think it was in Detroit. No, not Detroit. I think it was in I want to say, where they're tearing down like parts of the highway. They're tearing down parts of the highway and they're rebuilding it. And people like this, people are coming in and stating that they should have affordable organic housing for in main part of town. That would be really expensive housing, right? Affordable organic housing in like the center of town. And you're like, why? Like, you get a place to live, that's important, right? But picking and choosing, that's something that capitalism affords you. If you get to pick and choose where you live, that's because you make more money, right? I don't make enough money to live in any of these places. But at the same time, like, you can't just say that you want to live somewhere and that's just the way it should be because you feel entitled to do so. That doesn't make sense for anyone. I mean, unless you have some reason that it should be yours, and no one really does in this case, unless you're talking once again about very specific demographics that people fit into.
I think it's about 400,000. Once they've bought it, so they bought it for X number % discounts, X number of years, so they're making money, which you don't begrudge anyone. But who's going to be able to buy it for 400,000?
People with money?
The London borough that Battersea Power Station sits in has a higher level of homelessness than London on average. Despite a surge in new housing in the last decade, the number of people on the years-long public housing waitlist hasn't gone down. In fact, it's gone up.
That's the government's
Still,
problem.
There are
They
more
should
than
be fixing that.
87,000 empty homes across London, properties largely out of reach from the people that need them.
I think in time it would change, because the more people that sell and the more people that buy in, it's the total change of sort of demographic.
Blind demand?
That's going to actually live in here. So in 20, 30 years' time, a lot more of it is sold and it's rented. They're not going to be the same indigenous people that were here to begin with.
Why does that matter?
Move out and go somewhere else.
What qualifies as indigenous here?
But the property will be their own. And so that's how the whole neighbourhood will actually change. So you won't most probably recognise it.
I don't know. So if you guys aren't noticing this, it looks like they made him put on a shirt to cover up his current shirt, which you can see the letters through it. So there's probably some sort of message going on here.
You won't most probably recognise it in 20, 30 years' time.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no. Like, if you can't afford to live there, you can't afford to live there. It doesn't matter what demographic you fit into. That's just the way that it is. And if they don't have housing available to you, you know, public housing, and you can affordable housing available to you, that's a problem. But you don't get to pick where you live if you don't have the money to live there. I mean, it goes for anyone. That's just life. That's part of life.
Across the street from the power station near Patmore Estate. The
That's fucking weird.
Us the affordable housing residents will
I said it kind of, it turns, it's like entitlement shit. This is in the US too, it's not just in the UK.
And communal green spaces. Other new developments across London have mixed social and luxury housing in the same building. Down the road in Nine Elms, the affordable housing units in Embassy Gardens are managed by a different company, and residents reportedly have to use back doors to enter the building. They aren't given access to luxury amenities like the gym or open-air sky pool. Over near Tower Bridge...
Because they don't pay for it? What? Yeah, of course they don't, because they don't pay for it. Do I just not understand something here, guys? What? Shit. Holy fuck, yeah, you don't pay for something, you don't get it. What?
Another luxury development with social housing units has warned the tenants not to let their kids play in the shared spaces because the rooftop garden is for quiet enjoyment.
Don't say.
And developments like that around the world.
Because they have to maintain, so they don't want their property, because they're apparently required to have a mix of social housing and high-end housing. They wanted the high-end housing, and then they're required to have social housing in there, or basically welfare projects, or what would you, universal housing, low-income housing, there we go. They're required to have low-income housing, but they wanted to have a high-income bracket, so then they're required to have the low-income housing mixed with their high-end housing. But they still need to sell their fucking high-end housing. So if you make a giant investment and then the investment turns into shit because you have to market to a certain clientele, right? That want quiet spaces, they want pool amenities, they want the high-end experience, and then you just want other people just going shit all over it, then of course they can't sell their high-end places. They can't rent out their high-end places anymore, and then they become mid-MMI, I was gonna say. Middle wage, or even less, because you're talking like mixing like really high end and really low end do not mix in terms of social status, because when people are on really high end, like they don't want to fuck with the commoners at all. They don't give a shit about you. It's just the way of life. Yeah, they want to be separate. They want to be the elite few, right? And you mix them together, then all of a sudden your property's worth a lot less. So basically, you're asking the people that are making these giant investments to take a hit to their profitability because you feel entitled to what they have. This is really fucking weird. It's really, really weird. And if the government really wanted to, you just turn it into housing or rebuild the housing somewhere else. But apparently they have to mix these two together because they have to be right next to each other, because these people from the low end have to experience the high end. And we're talking about like middle class, right? I'm sure if they have a low income housing, you have to be below a certain level of below a certain income level to go in there in the first place. So if you're above low income housing, you actually get fucked on because you can't even live in a better place than low income housing. So it encourages people to actually do worse in life. That's like capitalism is about trying to elevate your position, right, through monetary income. And obviously regulation is important for sure, but this is just fucking weird and just outlandish. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, the people that are thinking about this are so ideological. Like, they can't even come up with like rational ways of implementing, just like having a nice home. Sure, you want a nice home, good. And once again, if you make more money, you get to live in a nicer place. And I don't think that people with low income shouldn't live on the streets at all. But I think they should be, they don't get to pick and choose where they live and have to be in a super nice place. Because even if you make above low income, then you can't even live there. So, yeah, you're discouraging people to try and elevate themselves. It's fucking weird. Why? It doesn't make sense.
Want to make the maximum
it's ass backwards.
And we all know that when
top-down economy. Like, I don't think the ultra-rich, by the way, are a plague. Don't get me wrong. I think billionaires are a plague. There's only a handful of billionaires that are worth how much money that they make, like in terms of them actually giving back to the economy and putting their wealth back in and generating jobs. But when you basically completely undermine the system that encourages people to try and do better in life, then no one's going to try. And that's also, like, this is basically the right argument, right? This is like a Republican sort of argument. I go both sides. I go Democrat and Republican. But in this case, this is definitely not the way. I don't think people with low income should be on the streets in any way, shape, or form. But I also don't think that they deserve to live in a luxury suite that's for billionaires or millionaires. Like, even middle class, even high middle class aren't going to get there. So you're like literally turning the low end into the high end, and then everyone in between just gets fucked.
And that, no, we can't,
fucking weird.
You know, make enough money. We've got to cut back on the social housing. That's some long story which they always give, but it's always the same. It's not for the people of the area.
I guess I would first assess people if they've ever visited
it's capitalism.
in person. People that I speak to, that's not their impression when they come here, when they leave. I think a lot of people see things like the public realm, for example. It's not a gated community that anyone can come here. They see everything that we're offering for the public as well as people who've invested here. You know, you can come to Battersea and
I understand, like, it sounds good from an ideological perspective, like kind of a philanthropy angle. It doesn't make sense at all in the real world.
Just new private housing.
It's like a pipe dream sort of shit.
The spaces like the park,
and they're getting enough people to believe in it that they're actually changing, like the guy just talked about.
Battersea's developers told us that they've made a lot of investments into the local community through things like creating a community choir, holding a local jobs fair, donating more than 2,000 refurbished laptops to people in Wandsworth, launching a community forum to discuss the new development, and contributing over £300 million.
At what point is this the responsibility of the company?
For business, but not only is it open for business, it is unlocking
That's pretty crazy.
opportunities for the people of Wandsworth.
At this point, you may be thinking gentrification.
Oh no!
Gentrification is forcing residents out of neighborhoods.
This is a mark of gentrification as I see it.
And gentrification has come in. We used to have to change our address to get a job. Now we have to change our job to sustain that address.
It's a word that's tossed around a lot, but it's not always clear what it means.
Surprise, guys. Stuff increases in price, you can't afford it anymore. I don't know. Like, I just have no empathy for what they're describing, because it basically it's like false entitlement.
Markets, more high-end shops, or less low-income renters and more high-income homeowners.
We're all beholden to the money,
of course,
right? Myself
included. This doesn't just happen in London.
I don't make a lot of money at all.
The world go through transitions like this. It's not everyone
not like high-end or
even
super middle class at all.
Some people, normally those with money, and that's not great for building a community.
Gentrification can occur for a whole variety of reasons.
Like, I don't feel like I'm ever entitled to the same things as someone with a lot of money as
That's so much a process which is driven by the state. You've already got gentrification going on in London. What those regeneration schemes have done is that they've fueled the sort of gentrification effects to make it even worse.
Countries all around the world are struggling with housing right now. Urban populations are growing. There's a shortage of land, materials, and construction workers.
I mean, that's different. You're talking about a social services that doesn't care what class you're part of, right? What they're talking about right there means if you are a low class, so low income housing in the US, for instance, in low income housing, you have to be below a certain income bracket in order to ride the bus. So the bus here only goes for low income, and it only goes for ultra high end income, and everyone in between this rough here gets fucked. The bus system, like you're talking about school buses, is for everyone. Everyone gets to use it. This is not everyone affair. This is only people that are either like basically grandfathered in because they fit a specific demographic that people want to elevate, which is racist, by the way, or they fit the ultra high end, which can afford it because they have a lot of money. Whether or not they actually should have that money remains to be seen, right? Once again, I think billionaires are kind of a plague because they just suck wealth out of everything. But putting that aside, everyone in between here, unless you are part of this elite bottom or the elite top, you just get screwed, which is basically everyone. So yeah, it's like the fucking bottom is trying to become the top without actually going through the middle, and that doesn't make sense either. Obviously, we should push the poverty needs to be pushed up and the wealth needs to come down, but they're looking at the opposite direction here. They're trying to make the top and the bottom the same, and then everyone in between gets fucked instead of trying to push the two together.
And like prices for
everyone in between
going up. That's led us here.
The housing crisis?
Housing crisis.
Housing crisis.
Housing crisis.
Millions of Americans are priced out of buying.
It's literally just.
LA is the least affordable city in the entire country.
It's getting so bad in some areas that local families are being forced to move into caravan parks.
The challenge facing first-time buyers today is bigger than.
There's people that live out of their car in the U.S. by the way.
Rent has doubled over the last decade.
I don't know if that's what they talk about.
This is what is important. It is not to be a star performer for the speculative sector internationally or anything else.
In some of the most expensive cities like Hong Kong, Munich, Singapore or Los Angeles, the average home price is now nearly $1 million. For a whole generation.
By the way, you shouldn't live in big cities unless you can afford to do so. It's a little bit different in other countries, but if you're in the U.S., if you can get a job somewhere besides a big city, you should. You'll have a lot more income.
Building more affordable housing. Well, to put it simply, they don't really have the money to do it. Local councils in London have been facing funding cuts for years, and their budgets are.
They were just talking about it was low-income housing, right? They were talking about how they're going to tear down the low-income housing. So let's imagine they have a property in which is worth a lot of money in terms of land value, and they can sell this property and they can build 4 times the amount of housing somewhere else. Yeah. So if you have a land that's worth a shitload of money and you can build something somewhere else, you can sell this and make more and help more people somewhere else by moving this. But people are entitled to live here now, so you can no longer sell this and therefore help more people out. This is weighing and balancing supply and demand here, guys, where you have something worth a lot of money that helps few out, or you could have something that's worth less money but helps more out, right? So you have a property that's worth a shitload of money, you sell it, they tear it down, whatever, and then you just build new housing in a cheaper area and you help more people out. Economics, right? But apparently people don't understand this. This is fucking weird.
Tight. Meanwhile,
so they're actually people that are entitled to this house in this area are actually hurting other people that can't get into this area, which he talked about at the beginning of the video. It's hurting people that can't get into the low-income housing because they aren't available, right? So these entitled fucks over here are actually hurting everyone else that needs low-income housing because they can't afford to get into houses that are cheaper because they don't exist. Holy fuck. What?
Grown into a crisis and they need to build
that's
a lot
like
more
despite
homes.
what they're saying, that's like super selfish, right? I'd assume that would be selfish. But
they
maybe
also
not.
Find themselves in the possession of what are now extremely high-value areas of land in the heart of one of the world's most desirable cities. Land that developers will happily pay big money for. So throw in the UK's central government not giving them enough cash to build all the homes they need to, and councils have a high motive to turn elsewhere, and specifically to private developers.
Bluntly, they can build more homes by selling land to private developers than if they were to try and build them using their own resources. In theory, a city development will include some affordable housing and would contribute to the overall wider economic development of a borough. But in reality, that's all proved a lot more difficult.
It's in those glimmers that our side sees what could have been.
Aidan Deacadam is a councillor in Wandsworth. He's a cabinet member, sits on the Housing Council, and has been an outspoken critic of the Vauxhall Nine Elms Battersea Regeneration Scheme.
It's a watered-down vision of what any kind of like municipal project of building social housing would look like. It's the only kind of like crumbs that we're getting at the moment is like this bit that we get from private development.
Now, London boroughs typically require 30 to 50% of new developments to be classed as affordable housing, but those rules aren't written in stone. And the definition of affordable in London isn't as straightforward as you may think. For a while it just meant social housing, but the government has changed the definition to include homes up to 80% of the market rent.
That could be really expensive.
Battersea Power Station's affordable units are available for people to buy through a shared ownership scheme that's designed to make owning a home more affordable. There'll also be rental units available at a subsidised rate, and the first residents are set to move in this year.
131,000.
To buy a stake in the smallest studio at New Mansion Square, you'll need a household income of at least £65,000, nearly £13,000 for a deposit.
This doesn't make sense at all. Like the percentage-based low-income housing, that doesn't make sense at all. Like a percentage of rent, because you could have $1 million per month in rent, and then 80% off. That's $200,000 per month in rent. That's insane for really anyone. £200,000, $200,000, whatever. Both are really expensive, right? That's an insane amount of money. And if you have enough for $200,000 per month in rent, you are not what I'd consider anyone that's qualified for low income at all. Yeah.
£100 a month. The Battersea Power Station development promised to build some 600 affordable homes, or 15% of the total new units being constructed. But in 2017, that number was nearly cut in half to just 386 homes, or 9% of the total units. The developers put down to technical issues.
You have to look at it in the wider context, because what we're delivering at Battersea is so much more than just affordable housing as our community offering. We work very closely with our local stakeholders, Wandsworth Council, and when we looked at everything that we were putting forward, affordable housing, a public realm, the new infrastructure that we delivered with the Tube, all of those commitments, we said, if you look at everything,
that's a subway station, by the way, in
so much more than, I would say, the average developer. And, you know, in recognition of that, our affordable housing obligation.
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of, like, I lived in a dorm. I went to college, right? I lived in a dorm for a while. You can live in a dorm and you can get by. It's nothing spectacular. It's not luxury. It's not super fantastic. But you can get by. And it feels an awful lot like when you're talking an extreme low end, people should just be happy to get off the street sort of ordeal, and you should be presentable. You should have showers available to you. You should have a room over your head, your roof over your head. You should at least have the bare necessities to get by in life. A phone, internet, in my opinion. Also food. But that's not that expensive. But this is like gone to the point where now it's people are entitled to have really nice things while making basically no money. And I don't believe in that at all. You can work your way up, and I think there should be stepping stones along the way. But as it currently stands, this literally just encourages people to not try, and I don't think that's right. The Tube is all kind of awesome, yeah.
We'll scale back proportionately, but we do have an upside such that
fucking
if we're
weird.
able to deliver more in the future.
This reminds me of like Ivory Tower shit. It's like people that are completely disconnected from society and the real world.
Housing once the scheme has started isn't unique to Battersea. It's not uncommon for developers to secure.
And by the way, I don't think you should be in I don't think you should be in an unsafe neighborhood or anything like that. Like, security should be provided as well. Like, shouldn't be just the area rife with stabbings or whatever.
And actually start construction, then cut some of the affordable housing for one reason.
But safe doesn't mean it's a luxury.
It may be a breach of what was agreed, but most councils wouldn't want to scupper the whole thing because of it. They're often in a weaker position of influence than the developers.
Oh shit.
These organisations are sharks. They fundamentally, their interest is to their shareholders. And they will take councils to court.
Of course they will.
In New York, billionaires' row developers got around an affordable housing requirement by building units miles away in the Bronx, though technically still contributing new affordable housing.
I have no problems with this, by the way.
Within the city limits.
I have absolutely no problems with that.
Even in rural England, there are reports of developers breaking their promise to build affordable housing.
People often say, well, you know, the developers are being greedy.
There's angsty music playing in the background right now where they're trying to culminate into some grand message. Normally B1M's videos are pretty small or pretty short. It looks like they're kind of expanding it to include a social message in it.
Their job is to provide income for their shareholders.
But yeah, I have no problems. I have no problems with people building affordable housing elsewhere. I don't think it's people are entitled to live in certain areas.
The business of providing social housing, because there's no profits in it.
No shit. No shit. You're like, these guys are complaining about capitalism. Yeah, surprise.
The need for affordable housing isn't going away, and new construction
they should focus on getting people off the ground first before people feel entitled to live in certain areas.
We've got to house everyone that wants to live in them, not just the wealthy. We need new homes, and we have a whole industry of amazing people. They aren't describing just housing people,
though. They're describing people have to live in specific areas.
Solve the housing crisis rather than just making it worse. Proposals in London include city authority plans to build new affordable housing, changing the definition of what affordable really means. restricting rent increases, giving public housing tenants more protection, and working with existing communities to upgrade the estates they already live in rather than just letting them deteriorate.
I believe that people like me, people like you, people who live in London and who invest in London should be the people that are designing the cities around London, in London. They deserve it. They deserve to design their own environments, not somebody else coming in and imposing what their ideas of architecture should be.
The Mayor of London has funded the construction of more than 11,000 new council homes that have begun construction in the last few years, and he's proposed raising the affordable housing requirement to 50% of new homes. But there's still a long way to go to address the 250,000 Londoners waiting for public housing. The London Mayor's office didn't respond to our requests for comment on the impact of its regeneration schemes. Of course, this issue is much bigger than Battersea or even London. The cost of housing globally has skyrocketed over the last 2 decades. The UN says the world now needs to build 96,000 new affordable homes every day to house the billions who are going to need access to them by 2030. While there's no silver bullet, there are examples we can learn from, and some countries are trying out new building materials and practices. But this
isn't like they're talking about now they're talking about actually producing the buildings, but that's not the problem. They're talking about where people live, and the land that they're living on is incredibly expensive, not necessarily building the buildings in the first place.
Crisis can't be solved by construction techniques alone, and it's not really construction costs that are the issue.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty big in other countries. That's not really a time anymore. A lot of countries have multi-generational households. That's pretty common.
It is a battle over
That'd suck. We talked about this yesterday. That'd definitely suck. I mean, you live, with 3 generations in one home, and there's no space. You're gonna have to go rent like a FAP stall or whatever. That'd be pretty terrible. But
governments need to see the critical importance of affordable housing in cities and actually make investments in it.
It's not always the case. Sometimes families have households with a lot of rooms in them too.
Widespread affordable housing to happen. In Vienna, the city owns about a quarter of the housing stock and is spending money on new public housing with green spaces. Nearly 4 in 5 people in Singapore live in public housing and are able to purchase their properties below market value in certain communities. Over in Germany, there's been a big push on tenants' rights and a move to reclaim housing from private developers. There are plenty of ideas out there, but none of them can work on their own.
Basically dorms.
The real challenge is finding the political will to get this done.
Once again, there is a pretty big disconnect between like what they're describing in terms of the issue here and the overall goal, which is affordable housing for everyone, right? Because they went from talking about having affordable housing in this billion-dollar complex, which is insane, and in these neighborhoods that are really, really expensive, to, hey, maybe we should just focus on housing people in the first place, right? Maybe we should just focus on getting people off the streets, and then worry about them living with the ultra-rich, which even the middle class don't even get to do.
The affordable housing crisis, cities will need to lower inequality in their societies as a whole.
Weird. I didn't expect this from B1M, by the way.
We find ourselves at an extraordinary moment in history. Our societies suffer from huge wealth inequality. There's unprecedented demand for affordable housing.
They do.
Lots of new construction is happening. Large areas are being irreversibly transformed, and many apartments are sitting empty.
Because they aren't for you.
The result is a sort of hollowing out of our inner cities that our current systems seem unable to stop. London's tube map splits this massive urban area into radial zones. Living in Zone 1 is a joke. Zone 2 is extremely expensive, and most people now shoot for a place in Zones 3 or 4 at best. In time, that outward march will continue.
Yeah.
What's left in the middle?
Ultra expensive?
As London populations grow and grow.
What's wrong with living on the outside edge? You're not living with the ultra rich? I don't know. I mean, as long as you get a job, hopefully you can find a job that's close to you, right? I assume there's places that are close to you and you don't need to travel. Commuting is insanely expensive time-wise and a waste of time. But yeah, oh no, you get to live on the outside edge. Darn. Oh no, you're closer to the country. Oh, jeez. Or something.
And housing becomes more of a rarity or scarcity, these should have been at least not their term as affordable housing or affordable rent. It should be a rent that they could afford, everybody could afford.
But the land isn't worth it. It's capitalism.
And then they feel part of the community. They feel part of...
So ultra-rich don't have a community?
Battersea Power Station has added a lot of new jobs and economic benefits by building something for the public out of essentially nothing.
Yeah, the price goes down, or they just sit on it,
eat, drink, or shop
whatever, it'll
river
still decrease in price.
That used to be
they lose money.
Making that possible is no
that's
small
supply and demand. That's economics.
Testament to the power of this industry.
Like I said, I don't understand this entitlement angle that people are coming at this with. I do understand affordable housing, and once again, I do think that billionaires are a plague.
This incredibly ambitious scheme has saved
what is this B1M?
Famous heritage buildings and brought enormous amounts of new housing to a former derelict site of London, to an area of London that has sat abandoned for decades. But I can't help but
I guess they're trying to expand other than more than just describing a new building that's popped up.
And that's a problem that's not unique.
They're also from the UK, so I mean, maybe this is dear to their heart.
If we want our urban areas to thrive, we're going to have to build in a way that caters to everybody.
You don't, actually. You don't. By the way, you don't. That's insane that they just completely basically rebuilt the power station. The buildings that they wanted to keep, they rebuilt them. That's not fucking cheap at all. That's absolutely insane. Channel's on another level now. Keep getting better. So impressive. I completely disagree with this. I absolutely disagree on that. This is yeah. I'm generally very pro social services, and for sure I am. But this is beyond just social services or social systems. I think council estates are low income. I don't know what this term is for UK. I'm pretty sure this is state-owned low income housing. Price gouging, you mean? Well, I mean, eventually, depending on so we talked about this before. If you live in an apartment, you don't own the building. I don't know why anyone would ever assume that if they live in an apartment, they own it. It doesn't matter how long you've lived there. That's not your property, right? You live in it, you pay for a service, which is apartment, and then you can live there, right? You can't afford it anymore. You move to somewhere you can afford. You lose your job, or you get paid less, or inflation increases, or the property's worth more now and they charge you more rent. You can't afford it. You move somewhere else. That's just the way that it goes. And either you make more money or you pay more money, or you move to somewhere that's more affordable. I don't know. I don't know why some people feel attached to, I mean, if it's nice and you got a good deal, like it feels like you're getting robbed, right? If you move somewhere else, but other than that, I don't really, people are weird nowadays, guys. People are really fucking weird. A lot of entitlement, and once again, I'm centrist. I look at things from, sometimes I lean left and sometimes I lean right. And this is one of those issues where I lean more towards it is not, you aren't entitled to live in a certain area, but at the same time, I feel as though there should be affordable housing available, just not in an ultra desirable area, because once again, you feel entitled to live there, and that tracks from, once again, so in that massive power station, what they required to have 9 units that were insanely expensive as affordable housing, instead of like they described in the US where they're required to build affordable housing elsewhere. Those 9 units could have been 80 units somewhere else. So instead of having 80 families living in a house in affordable housing, you now have 9 families living in affordable housing. What? What? Okay. I guess. Yep. All right. That's yep. Good, guys. Fucking weird. Once again, I didn't expect this from the B1M, so. Good stuff. Okay. Times are changing in what way? We were just talking about, economies change, markets change. I guess times are changing, but. Yeah, and you can only afford so many pumpkin spice lattes, is exactly that. So you could give someone 80 cups of water, or you could give them 9 pumpkin spice lattes, right? That's pretty spot on right there, yeah. Obviously, the pricing is completely different, but it's a similar thing where you can only afford so much of one thing, and you could either give people less and higher quality, or you could give them more that are worse quality. And I think if people are dying of thirst, they'd rather fucking have their glass of water than a pumpkin spice latte. So, be one of the few that gets a pumpkin spice latte because they happen to be lucky and live there already. Yeah, fucking weird. Very, very weird. Economics are everywhere, guys. Supply and demand is everywhere. So, you have to find an in-between. You have to weigh and balance and not be super ideological and think, hey, God, I really want to give these guys pumpkin spice lattes, which, by the way, the middle class can't even afford the pumpkin spice lattes these guys are drinking, and we're going to give them to it anyways. And you're just like, what? There's all sorts of parallels here, and people, like, the right doesn't make it look any better, and then the left, when you go to the extreme ends of both spectrums, they get really fucking weird, and this is kind of the extreme end of left of being super social, and to the point at which it's actually hurting people in need, because then they can't afford more glasses of water, right? They literally at the beginning of this described how there's a waiting list for affordable housing, and how it's went up, and they're trying to focus on getting affordable housing in a giant mansion designed for people that make billions or millions of dollars a year, and you're just like, what? Billions a year? I think it's billionaires. It's pretty insane, guys. That's where we're at, though. People are weird. People are very, very weird nowadays. Let's do some tube uploads, guys, and then we're gonna do Reddits. Dibs. That took too long, and that was also what I did not expect. I think, yep. Trim, done, continue. By copyrighted content. Let's see. My game, yep. Export yesterday's stream. August 30th. By the way, that's also why I've mentioned before you shouldn't live in a big city unless you can afford to do so. The bigger the city, the more expensive everything will be in it, and the more it will weigh you down in terms of low income or middle income. You have to be able to afford it to live there, and if people can't afford it, they don't live there. The smart thing is not to live there. Hopefully, you can get a job that's also paying you as well from other places. But that being said, you might not also get paid as well, because depending on where you live, let's say in New York, you're going to be making more to offset the fact that the place is insanely expensive to live in. But then you look at like normalized income, so you look at the overall how much money you're making comparatively. So you might make less if you live in Zone 4 he was talking about. You might make less money, but the housing is going to be cheaper, and you'll be able to afford the housing, so in general you'll be able to make more money, because a gallon of milk is going to cost the same in Zone 4 as in Zone 1, assumedly. In Zone 4 as in Zone 1, as long as they're both going to Whole Foods, right? A gallon of milk in Zone 1 and Zone 4 costs the same. A loaf of bread in Zone 1 and Zone 4 costs the same. Internet is probably going to cost very similar in Zone 1 and Zone 4. Utilities, things you need to stay alive. Not overhead. Just general overhead of living life. And once you get past that overhead, then you can start banking money, and then you make more money, and then it elevates your position, right? Maybe you can move to Zone 3 instead of Zone 4. Alrighty, this is uploading, guys. I'm going to wash up my coffee cup. Be right back. Alrighty, guys. Let's see. Not the Quenglish. 30th, Dead by Daylight. Schedule tomorrow. Right. Alright guys, let's take a look at the Reddits and then we're gonna play the dibs. But yeah. It's fucking weird. People are too ideal, especially nowadays, people are way, way too idealistic. Instead of finding compromise or an in-between and a manageable goal, people now always jump to the far ends on both sides of the spectrum. And it makes it very difficult to compromise with people and find a solution, a meaningful solution to problems that we're having currently in life. Junkrat set me up perfectly. They popped the tank. Popped him into the tank. I remember. I really wish Shotgun Guy worked in Overwatch. He doesn't. High MMR, he just gets shit on. Grandmaster and Master, he just gets shit on. Reaper. Yeah. Something where people are not going to object to it too hard on one side or the other. Cosplay, oh my god. There has to be photoshopping going on here. Her skin's way too smooth. It looks like they smoothed out her skin. No blemishes at all. That booty, though, I wonder if she uses tape. So obviously you can only get certain kind of booties doing certain things. With a lot of hard work, you could potentially do this, but you can make like a bra or a corset for your ass. I know this is kind of crazy, but obviously this is something for people to look at, right? If you're cosplaying, people are just like, eyeballs, right? Coming out of your face. But in order to get something that like looks this well, you might actually have a support cage under here to make your ass like pop, right? To make it pop out like this in order to fill out the costume properly. So it might not even be the way her ass looks normally. It could be padding, or it could just be that there's support in there to make it look a certain way. I know it's kind of weird to think about, but this is a lot of stuff. So cosplay isn't just, obviously you have a model, right? A cosplayer is basically a model, but then people that design the costumes have to figure out ways of making things look realistic, and costume design here is actually really good too. But if you have support garments under here, you could actually make her ass pop like that. Yeah. It could just be your normal ass, too. I kind of doubt it, though. Widowmaker has a very voluptuous ass, and not much else. She has pretty good proportions for it, though. Garment. They make these in all sorts for bras, by the way. They make all different sorts of support bras to shape your boobage, right? If you're a woman. So you definitely could design something like that, like if you use like a plastic insert something that goes around the sides, pop it up to add rigidity and make it look a certain way. My Diva cosplay. How much effort do you think she just bought the costume off Amazon, or did she actually do something? That looks like she just bought the costume off Amazon. Good for her. Okay. AMD Reddits. What do we got going on here? 7000 series launch. We talked about that already. We're going to look at benchmarks, but they're on the 27th next month. This coming month. Yep, there's leaked benchmarks already. Wait and see. I'm sure there's going to be more that will leak out. 3600X is 11% faster and 12900K. So I'm waiting personally on the 3D X3D chips, or the Vcache variants, which are going to be apparently next spring. So Q1 next year. So still 6 months away from those. I thought they're going to come out in November, and it doesn't look to be the case. Performance in Ryzen. There is no reason to upgrade to Windows 11 right now, guys. Don't do it. When there's a reason, I will upgrade. There's no reason right now, so not going to upgrade. It just comes with headaches and problems and erratic game performance that you don't have in Windows 10, so why would you upgrade? I don't know. Reading some trivia from Wiki. Who are the others? Myers forced his way in like the Giga Chat he is. Cenobite is one of the few killers to have entered the trials without consent to the entity. Incentives got you acting up. You're in a survivor main now. Yeah, that just shows how expensive it is to be a killer. BP, honestly, if you're a survivor, it serves no purpose in any way, shape, or form, so literally can play with nothing. It doesn't matter. Reality of Man is trending. It'd be cool if you could trace cursor over several nodes and instantly unlock them at once. Wow, fast mode. Oh my god. So I had a forum post. UBC latency indicator. Here. I think I posted on this. Let's see if there's an update. Indicator can't see one. Yep, so hopefully this gets fixed. Mandy's stating that it looks like it might be a bug, and I hope it's a bug. Because you need the latency indicator to see what region you're on. Or if you're being put on the wrong server. Is usually what happens when people are cheating and trying to get in your lobby. Or putting you in their lobby, more or less. Okay. Let's move on to the dibs, guys. We're gonna keep playing Nemesis tonight, guys. Working around reassurance. I have not actually gotten hit by reassurance yet, or if I did, they immediately unhooked him shortly thereafter, so not really that big of a deal so far. But I'm also playing differently than I was prior to the patch, so results. Ready. Good. Let's change game categories here, guys. I'm going to grab a soda. And I might wash my glasses real quick here, too. You're back, guys. That's kind of weird. So with RTX voice, guys, when I put down my soda just now, it like completely cut it out. Didn't make a single sound. Sad. I want to enunciate my arrival with the soda down.
Dead by daylight.
Good. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Okay, we're still playing Nemesis tonight. Probably. Spend resources. I don't think they're going to edit BP prices anytime soon now. I think they fixed it, and I don't think they did. Ready. Let's see what kind of games we get tonight. Do 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 do. Already seems like we got longer queues than last night. Look at the devil. Now we get to start dodging. See? People have their name hidden, no one. For DBZ themed names. Remade. Some of those guys look like they're Korean, based on their account. Means they're nowhere close to the US. If you're not getting that. Do 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 do. So we're gonna stick to dodging, unless it becomes really common. We're gonna stick to dodging anonymous accounts. I think that's the best course of action. Only people that are going to use an anonymous account are either people that cheat, try to hide their profile, or people that are streamers, neither of which I'm interested in. No reason to play against them. Of course, it could just be a rando that turns it on because they're like, haha, I turned on a feature, but I kind of doubt that. Haha, look at me, I'm anonymous. Yeah, no one cares. Globe lobby. I wish you could see people's... Well, you can't tell until it loads. No, that's only when they're playing against streamers. Like, if they're trying to hold your game hostage, usually they're content with having their account banned. But normal people that cheat don't want attention. Like, subtle. Subtle cheaters don't want you to know that they cheat. And if they do, they're going to show you... Well, even then, I don't know. But if you can suss out their account through their username, or through their Steam profile... I think we'll go with this. I'm definitely leaning more towards this being Epic lobby. I think these all four of these guys are PC players. Epic or Stadia or Windows Store. But if you're not going to play against them, obviously they're going to hide their username, right? They're going to, if they have a VAC ban, they'll hide their account. If your profile is private and you have a VAC ban, it'll still show that you have a VAC ban on your account, for instance. However, if your profile is, can't even look at someone's profile if they have the anonymous name on. So I can't even look at their Steam profile and see. Also why it's kind of sus when you go against a 4-man. This is probably a Steam lobby. We're in cam for our first game. It's a very fast load for consoles. Once again, they're all globes too, which probably means these guys are PC players. All of them. One console will hold everyone else back. We'll see. That's very weird. They love doing the corner juke. I'm gonna go pallet drop. This is gone already. Hey, buddy. That guy's stunned? Play good. Let's go over here. Didn't make it, guys. Someone's gonna unhook behind us, I'll be fine. Phase 2. There it is. You even fucking look behind yourself. Wow. Bye. Still very fast. BT should be up. Too far. That's a syringe. Actually, OTR. Predictable. That was really fucking stupid. The free pallet. DS2? Nope. Can hook her right away and leave. I should have went in deeper towards the gen over there and I didn't. Bait. Yeah. You just use reassurance, by the way. There it is. Bye. Going, guys. Sure. Her blood trails just disappeared in front of me. Somehow, literally right in front of me, guys, and disappeared. Here there. Hey, guys. No. No. W key. And with the tip. Take that tip. Bye. Do we have a dungeon here? We do. We're gonna go inside. Somehow I just walked through my character model. So they can't body block on the way down here. Yeah, this guy I'm pretty sure is cheating. A bunch of these guys I'm pretty sure were cheating. That's the way it goes, guys. Mm-hmm. Hey, buddy. This guy knows how much faster we cut off to him than I think it was Leon Felix. Oh, something weird going on here too. Buddy. Pretty sure you can see me through walls, but when you react fast enough, it doesn't fucking matter. Yes. Good job. See? Felix too? Oh. There she goes for unhook. Ash is dead next hook. Here again. Yes. Nope. Let's get rid of him. Incredibly sweaty game, guys. Once again, I'm pretty sure these are all PC players, and they're playing epic. All grouped together. No, she's gonna go down. She's gonna try and go inside. Yep. So once again, it just takes longer. Same result though. Tap. Case unbreakable. Left. And there is unbreakable. Surprise, guys. We got regression on the gen though, so it doesn't matter. And also has a lot of progress. Yep. What the fuck are with those scratch marks, guys? Very weird. That WQ? Hey, buddy. Oh, look, another unbreakable. Wow, that's weird. For you, Snookums. No totem. I didn't hear a single totem, so. Let's go to this gen over here, and we're gonna tap 2 on top of it. That's what they get, guys, for going through. They tried to do that gen to offer protection to the Ash. Wait for 4% some deliverance. Licks. Yeah. Both at unbreakable, guys. Buddy. Actually, we're gonna drop him. We're gonna wait for her to die, just so he has no chance to hatch. Forgot about that. If he gets off the hook right now, he gets a pretty big bonus. So if they time things properly for him, for her to die at the same time as he dies, he has a very good chance to hatch. So we aren't going to do that. And he's dead. Chance of 4%. Actually, he was hooked already, so there's no chance of him unhooking in the first place. I forgot about that. He had a hook already. Last thing we need is a deliverance with 110% BBT. So. Good, good, good. Incredibly sweaty match, guys. Pretty sure there's cheating going on here, too. There's kinship on the clod. The fuck? This is an incredibly rare perk, by the way. I'm pretty sure I saw reassurance, too. Maybe it was just kinship. 4 of them, 3 of them are running unbreakable. Two OTRs. Hemo. Yes. Like the one guy we didn't actually chase is the one guy that doesn't actually have any anti-tunneling or camping perks. I'm pretty sure this is a cheat lobby. Pretty sure on that one. Yeah, it was. And then they just did something really fucking stupid. Once again, there's a reason that we should consider actually using Intel perk, and I'm thinking towards Darkness Revealed, and that's exactly what you guys just saw in that match. I don't know how we lost the Claude. The blood pools, so we saw a blood pool by that window, and there's no one there. The blood pool stopped in the back corner, so I don't know if she teleported away or she was in a locker, but we would have heard her in the locker. Like, when you walk past lockers, you can hear the survivors, and she doesn't have Iron Will for what that's worth. Yeah, it definitely felt an awful lot like they teleported her out of there. I don't know if she was the one doing it or what. After we killed Claude, by the way, it became much easier in terms of the chases, too. I'm pretty sure Claude was using a speed hack on top of it. There's obviously a lot of protection hits in there and perks going off. It's kind of weird that, like, it seems like in terms of my tunnels, like, we just have all the good perks to use against me, and then it goes to, like, our Ada here that just doesn't have anything for anti-tunneling, but has all the right perks for endgame, like Adrenaline. By the way, as you guys didn't know, if you're using cheats, you can change out your perks in the middle of the game. Why you can do that? I don't know. I don't know why there's no verification or validation on the server that says, hey, this is our perks you started with, you should keep these perks, and you shouldn't be able to change your perks. If you're changing your perks, that probably means you're cheating. We're going to ban you now. But that's the way that works. You can actually change your perks in the game itself, unfortunately. But if you notice here, our Ada doesn't actually have OTR or DS like these other guys do. The last two guys have Adrenaline, which is great for an endgame, right? Both of the guys are balanced. This is definitely a 4-man, by the way. This is 100% 4-man. Ash, I'd also say, was faster than normal. It's when you started going into the loops, the kill shack, and then that further loop next to that gen, the end gen that they kept going back to, is when you got faster. Other two guys wouldn't have enough of a chase, and both these guys went down pretty fast, which is kind of weird considering they're the last players, right? As mentioned, like what we're looking at right here, I was talking about with perk-wise, is it looks like if they're changing out their perks, what I'm talking about is their ability to counter the perk, like counter what's happening in the game later on in the match. So then they change out perks later on that are going to give them an edge at the end of the game. This Claude does have Unbreakable early on, but then she has Kinship, right? Yeah. Then she has Kinship. That's why I noticed her bar not going down, and I thought they had Reassurance, but they don't. They're used Kinship on her. Or she had Kinship. Which, once again, Reassurance is literally Kinship for the entire team, which just makes it absurd. Both these guys have OTR, and then even the Felix had DS. I hooked the Felix, by the way, before the Ash, right? Yeah. I actually multi-tunneled the Felix and the Ash, and rotated them so that we'd end up in a scenario where I'd have one always available to me. I think we hooked the Felix... Was it Ash or Felix we hooked after Claude? It was Ash after the Claude. We multi-tunneled multiple people there, but we didn't touch Ada until the end. But yeah, it is very scary when you lose a tunnel, isn't it? It's incredibly scary. And then they just did really, really stupid things. They were bandaging in the open. I could literally fucking see them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a cheat lobby. We're gonna highlight this though. That was a pretty well played game on my part, in my opinion. Yeah, some of those whips felt like they should hit, especially on the Ash, and then the Claude, and they weren't. Yeah, that's once again another reason. But Overcharge also did work there too, so dropping Overcharge might not have been the answer. But we almost made it to endgame, and no, it would have been clutch there. So, like, it is very difficult for me to pick a perk to drop. They all have very specific purposes, and that's why I have them. So. Very certain that was a cheat game. Cheat lobby. Game. By the way, that was an entire globe lobby. Those guys were not globes. That was not controller gameplay right there. And the map also loaded very fast. So those guys are either playing Stadia, Epic, or Windows Store. And if people cheat, it's a perfect like haven for them to hide, so you won't be able to look at their profile or suss them at all, right? Globe does not mean console. It means non-Steam. Non-your platform. I wish it had little icons for whatever platform they're on, but it doesn't. So. Yeah, so I have no idea what happened to that Claude. We chased her down to the back of that area, and it was in a corner too, right? And then the blood stopped. I was looking for the bleed on the ground. The blood completely stopped, and then it looked like we were getting blood seeded by the Felix, who showed up there. If you guys are missing that, Felix was there. Ash was obviously there too, but it was like the Felix was there fucking around where the blood was appearing. It's like Felix came over and intentionally put blood down there. And then we never saw the Claudette leave either, which made it even weirder. They're all globes too. We're gonna leave this. This is looking weird. So looking at more Whisker gameplay, he does look pretty good. I don't think he's as good as Nemesis. But he looks fun too. So I don't know. It's like playing with Tracer. So maybe we'll do the RE characters. Will be Nemesis and Whisker. I was working on Doctor, and we'll go back to Doctor. Doctor I still think has fundamental problems. His anti-loop is too slow. Lock survivors in, it takes too long to go off. And you get slowed too much when you use it. It's not as bad as Executioner, though. Executioner sucks dick. Not suck, but he's worse than, I'd say, Pig. Food Growl also has less value now. Whereas prior to that, we could get him on a hook, and I could use a hook pressure to keep people at bay for health states, right? And now because we have to proxy further, which generally entails an unhook, right? We have to proxy further. That means coup de grace, we need more downs, and coup de grace, while it would help us get it down faster, isn't going to be as meaningful. E. Red Forest, huh? And a Mist Darkener. So this is definitely another Super Sweat Squad. Do we want to play this? I mean, they're running Red Forest. It seems like they know I'm playing Nemesis, and that's going to fuck our zombies. Bye. Next game. Oh my god, Mom turned on the microwave. Weird. One of them also had a toxic name, so. After our last game, We'll see. We might need to do some finagling in the background. I'm kind of curious how well our the stream snipe protection is going to protect us. So whether or not cheats will allow people to see through it right away or not. I'm sure they eventually will, but whether or not they do it right away is up in the air.
Dead by daylight.
Dead by daylight. Mm-hmm. Wait. Yeah, still considering dropping one of the perks for Darkness Revealed. Bigger the map, the worse it's going to be, too. For multi-tunneling. We might have to, I don't know if it's, so if someone comes, if we just, we proxy like normal, like we used to prior to the patch. If we proxy like normal and we wait to see if someone shows up with reassurance, it might even be a better idea than immediately leaving the hook. Although getting an initial unhook is actually really important too. A fast unhook is very important as far as time waste goes. The entire team shows up, that's going to be even worse. One of them's probably going to have reassurance. And that is 2 anonymous names. Next game. The game has last year, not this year, last year when New World releases, the developers implemented a soft cap at 120 FPS. This game used to ramp up to whatever your CPU or GPU could throw at it, and it was great. It was fucking great. When New World released and everyone's complaining about New World killing their GPUs, which it didn't, by the way, it just means they had shit GPUs that were defective to begin with. It wasn't the fault of New World. They implemented a 120 FPS soft cap in the game. It's not a very good cap at all. And what happens is the game will oscillate, but try to keep your FPS around 120 FPS. So even though it's technically uncapped, it's not. It'll always try to keep it around 120, but it leaves the spikes up and down like this. So if you cap your FPS under 120, it'll prevent it from going up against the software limiter, whatever they're using in the Unreal Engine. It prevents you going up against the soft cap and makes your game much, much more fluid. It reduces stuttering a lot. And this is... if you guys are looking to do this, this is through the NVIDIA control panel. It is very easy to do. Very, very easy to do. And it'll prevent you from getting that weird-ass stuttering from it, so... you could set it to 120 or 119 if you're feeling like it's too good. You're wasting that 2 FPS if you want to. But the software soft cap is not actually... it'll sometimes go above 118, which once again could cause the software soft cap to trigger. So... I keep it at 118. I might, but once again, you'll see in the top right corner, sometimes it'll go up to 119. So if you're at 119, that would sometimes cause it maybe to go up to 120, and it might cause the soft cap to kick in and then fuck you. which is why I said at 118 instead of 119. But people that just cap it at 120 generally don't know why they cap it at 120. I have a couple posts on that, by the way. On Twitter, because of course I do. But there's a lot of people that cap it at 120 and they don't realize why it helps or what's going on. They just realize it helps out. Makes the game better. You could do 119, but once again, I do 118 because 1 FPS you're not going to be able to notice, and make sure that you never run into the 120 FPS cap, soft cap. I don't know why DBD put it in the game once again. I think it was a knee-jerk to New World so they wouldn't have a political bull, like a PR nightmare on their hands. But, yeah. You can do you. It has nothing to do, by the way, for G-Sync or FreeSync, so, and it has nothing to do with derivatives, the 240 FPS or 120 FPS. 120 is just what they chose for the soft cap, so it's where I'm at. We tested 119, 120, and 120 was definitely, you can't use 120. And 118 just looks the best, so. As far as performance numbers go in the top right, I think we ran it with the benchmark running in trials. If you really want to, though, you can do 119. I'm not going to stop you. I know when people suggest stuff, like, you know, like, what about that 1 extra FPS? I want that 1 extra FPS. And you're like, I mean, you could. You could. I wouldn't. You could, though. Break your cuck doors. This might not even be a cuck door. I'm still up in the air on whether or not I should break this. Because they come in from there, and then I guess they could go right at the door, but you can't cut that off anyways, so. They're either shadowing. They're going to get on gens now. No, they spawned over here, apparently. You. Nice guy. Yeah. That should have been a grab, by the way, if you guys missed that. That should have 100% been grab. Buddy. See, this is when we had Claudette. When we had Claudette earlier, we heard no sound from her when she went over there. I tracked this guy behind this wall, and you got at me, right? Claudette last match made no sound. Let's go over here. I'm leaning more towards corners over open areas now because of the way reassurance works. Okay. Weird. I heard her, by the way. I know she was over there. A lot of fucking distance for some reason. Oh. OTR? Nope. We saw the guy. We're going to immediately hook him. And we're going to go for tap. I was waiting to see his bugs get ironed out, and there's a lot of people playing him, so he's not really all that interesting in terms of, Ah. Yeah, that's what's happening there. These sounds sound really fucking weird for some reason. I don't know what's going on there. Push her outside so she doesn't get vault. No one ducks about this, by the way. Always push people outside. We're going to do this because we need to. That's worth it, even though the chase is going to take longer. We need to reset on that guy. Hey, guys. Oh, that's not. That's really fucking weird. You guys are, considering there's another guy over here, these guys are doing gens pretty fast. Yeah. I can unhook behind me. That's what we want, though. Once again, longer chases, but more sustainable. It's always good. Buddy, you have reassurance for her? Thing is, if she uses reassurance and this guy's on a chase, that means we can chase her. Do you sink? Hi. Yes? Oh no, she pointed at me. What are you doing? That was not the play. There you go. Yes. Why there's no scratch marks there. Bye. Body block. Good. You guys over here? There she goes. Good job, guys. OTR? That can't be OTR. She didn't have it earlier. So it must be BT. I only counted 16 in my head. Yeah. So that was BT. I counted 16. I was like, well, seems like she's slower. Yep. There you go. Thank you. What a nice guy. Good job, Ada. I do, like, one of the things I've started noticing, guys, is if you, you look like you're gonna hit someone, they, like, kind of flinch at you. So a good way to actually push people out of the way when they're escorting is just to look like you're gonna chase them and then just don't. And then they leave. I think the other chick's still over there, by the way. She's probably gonna get a pickup pretty soon. Might have been from earlier in the match. We'll mark it. Here she goes. Buddy. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alrighty. Now wait for a 4% some deliverance. Levy looks absolutely fucking nothing like Zarina. This is literally Levy from Attack on Titan. And her icon on the left side needs to look like Levy from Attack on Titan, not Zarina. Not fucking Zarina. Brand. But yeah, Wesker I'm interested in playing. He looks fun. We'll see, though. So if she has Deliverance or 4%, she probably is going to pick up the other guy. Once again, if you're playing things even smarter, which I'm debating on again, is you bleed out the other guy and then hook her, so there's no chance at a 4% or Deliverance at all. But you can blame BHVR for enhanced BBBTs, so... BBBT. Base BT. BBBT. Bye. Now we're probably going to wait for her to die before I hook this other guy. So the other guy can't Deliverance and Hatch play. Normally I hook this guy right away too, since we used up the 4% on the other guy. But now with enhanced BBT, if they 4% while the other guy is dying like that, they can easily get a hatch. Hey, buddy. One Punch Man's kind of a one-trick pony. What was really good about One Punch Man was the animation quality was phenomenal, and Season 2 was pretty bad, so... Yeah. Picked him up too early. We aren't even gonna mess around with the hatch play at the end anymore. Deliverances or 4% and deliverances are too common at high MMR for me to fuck around with that. So we just aren't. But yeah, My Hero Academia is not very good either. There's better shonens. Animation quality, Demon Slayer is very good, but the show's not that great, in my opinion. Animation quality is superb, though. Zarina is a Hope Gamer. 2 lightweights. Notice once again, when I point out the erratic scratch marks, guys, these guys both have lightweight, and I had no problems, absolutely no problems chasing these guys. When I point out erratic scratch marks, it's because something is fucking around with the scratch marks. It's not lightweight. So, thanks. It's not a tunnel anymore. Nice non-existent weird when survivors complain about tunneling and camping but don't R or DS. Weird, right? And then you got an extra 110% plus 10 behind things. He's where I was at a year ago. When you have things that help you counter other things but are too entitled, spoiled, or dumb to run them, that's on you. I always think people are yeah. Bad there isn't Iron Man. Hey, Survivor. But yes, if there are 2 anti-tunnel perks in the game, you're at high MMR and you get tunneled and camped a lot, maybe you should run them. I mean, it is pretty serious because you're still here telling me how to play. So you understand why I tunnel. Yep. That's just the cocaine levels of caffeine. Because I like to win? Why do you care that you lost? It's just a game, man. If you're not taking it seriously, why are you still, you know, so invested in this conversation? Yep. You just lost the logic, rational war. I actually enjoyed my... It's actually not I saw more DS prior to a update than after. DR is a better DS. It's run less often. DS is run less than... Leo already? No, Neo's still here. True. Prior to the anniversary update, we usually had about 2 people per game that were running DS. Now we generally have 1 in 4 that'll run OTR, and 1 in 5 or 6 runs DS. Yeah. So once again, when you have perks in the game, guys, by the way, they're trying to fault me for victim shaming there, by the way. People that are getting tunneled and camped are the victims. This is a fucking game. You can fuck off with your social bullshit. But if you have a perk that helps against tunneling and camping, there's 2 perks, by the way. 3, actually. 4 perks, actually, now. There's Reassurance, Kinship, OTR, and DS. And BT. So 5 perks that help with camping and tunneling, and the 2 big ones, OTR and DS. And you're not fucking running them, and then you complain about it, and you want BHVR to add better base kit to the game. You are fucking part of the problem. Where's my better base kit? Keep giving me base kit. I want base kit STBFL, not 10%. I want fucking STBFL base kit. I want NOAD base kit. Why don't I get these free things? Why don't I get a free Deadlock base kit? Because they're literally giving free things to survivors that don't fucking need it, because they have options available to them. They just refuse to run them because they want to have fun. I want to have fun. There's other perks I'd rather fucking run. But I'm running these perks because they really help with what survivors are throwing at me. It sucks. Welcome to life. Welcome to an economy where it weighs and balances itself versus how well you do in the game versus how much fun you have, right? Weigh and balance the two. Weigh and balance the two. Which side are you at? You know, it's like an economy, and you're just pretending that you just get to have fun and do really well. You can fuck off. Just please. For the love of God, when do I get to have fun all the time and just like run around the map, just hit people and just win? I think survivors shouldn't even be able to heal. I'll just run around the map hitting people for health states, and I'll round robin everyone. No one should be able to heal. And eventually we'll down someone and we'll hook them and they'll just keep going around and around and around, right? That'd be fun. But see, it's my fun versus survivor's fun. It's killer fun versus survivor fun, and who gets to have fun, right? At the other's expense, even though there's a happy in-between. With game balance, you have OTR and DS, and they're like, yeah, man, I'm just not going to use it. Like, they tried to go at me with victim shaming, by the way, guys, if you missed this. Earl, it's not that serious, yet they're here for 5 minutes talking to me. Was my cam on the entire game, guys? I don't think it was. No. I bet you like True. No, True is literally an inferior version of me, guys. He is so far behind where I am in this game. He's literally just started talking about tactics. If you guys watch True's stream, he talks about tactics now. He doesn't even talk about strategy, by the way. He talks about doing tactics. I've been talking about that for the last year and a half. Yeah. Surprise! Tactics and strategy are in every fucking video game because video games have a lot to do with warfare. Surprise, guys! Fucking weird, right? True has a very good way of projecting himself as being very intelligent about everything when he's not all the time. Not to say he's bad killer, because he is, but there's a lot of things going on there. A lot of it's theater. Where was it? He is on cocaine, your cat ears are twitching. Yeah, no, you're just on coke. None of these guys were... You guys go if you're curious. One of them's a streamer. Where was it? I can't tunnel. The survivors did their job, tried to save each other. They must be on comms. They later admitted that they were on comms. There's 3 of them playing together. Not even playing together. David wasn't with us. I have to say that it's the survivor's fault. The game is very competitive. It's not balanced, but this game is very, very competitive. That's why people get so heated about it. Hey, I misread. How many hours you have? It doesn't matter how many hours you have in the game. Guy really wants to know how many hours I have in the game. If I have a lot of hours, they're going to say that I'm still bad, regardless of having so many hours in the game. If I don't have any hours, they'll be like, well, you're going to learn to play. The whole reason you never engage in this, by the way, guys, is because they'll never be the right answer. You can't give the right answer to that. I can't tell you. I don't understand why you take it so seriously, because I like to win. Why do you care that you lost? It's just a game, man. You're so sad. Oh. Yep, completely shot down his argument. His logic just completely blew up there, and then he just goes for an ad hominem. Which, by the way, is an attack on your character, if you guys are curious. Insults are the lowest level of discourse, followed by ad hominems. Ad hominems are generally relating to your character, so they try to discredit you. You're a sad human being because of XYZ. You don't have enough hours in the game to give an opinion on something. Stuff like that. Sad could actually just be an insult. Stuff. We're gonna highlight this. Uh-oh. It says I can't highlight. Why is that? What's going on, Stream Deck? Guess I had to update my key. Makes me wonder if this add-on I use actually intentionally loses my key so that you go to the website where it asks you to donate to them. Yeah, I wonder if it caught my earlier one, I don't know. Okay. Okay, just turned it on, yeah. So I generally will turn it off after, so you can see the chat. I could put the chat on the screen too, and I've debated on that, and make it bigger for you guys. I haven't taken time to do that, though. Next game, guys. We've had some pretty sweaty games tonight so far. I see you're having fun already. Yeah! So, in that game, we didn't look for perks. Shit. In that game, I play around reassurance being in the game, so I have to leave the hook now in order to bait on hooks, but then we'll immediately double back when there's an unhook, for the most part. So either they risk having 2 people on hooks, or they unhook. I've never heard of Angels of Death, though. There's a lot of anime. I've watched all the good stuff, but there's a lot of shit anime, so... like average and shit anime that I haven't watched because it's not really that great. It's not worth my time. Yeah, I know you're sleeping, Slane. Just go back to sleep, dude. That's a pretty broad question. I don't have any. For a long time, they didn't actually give One Piece a proper animation budget, and/or they didn't care about how it was animated. really care. There's a lot of big companies that just you don't really have, they're just conglomerates, have no opinion on. Level 1 account, that definitely is a knower. ETV. Not a big one either, so. If I kill them, I get to steal all their viewers, guys. It's like Highlander. It's exactly like Highlander. There could be only one. I don't mind playing against TTVs if they aren't live, though. But that's one of those games, by the way, that was a very sweaty lobby. Not that one, the 2 games ago with the Claudette. Very, very sweaty lobby, and it would definitely have helped having a darkness revealed in there and aura reading perk in general. So, me not running an aura reading perk is actually going to be... it's detrimental. It depends. We're going to have to weigh and balance how often it causes me to lose games, though. And sometimes, even if you lose your tunnel, you can recover, because they can sometimes do really stupid shit, like the Claude did. Other times it's very costly. We've had matches where they just literally just hide the rest of the game, but then they don't do anything either, so. And we have 2 anonymous players. There. If you guys are curious what anonymous players look like, it's that, and then that, right there and there. Next game. All it brings up for options is block. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. A little bit slow. Hey. Bad though. Once again, it was worse the night before patch. You got a TTV. It is actually a TTV. Next game. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah. NTTV.
When we were
And not live. I guess I could be running flans right now instead of... Oh, I should change out my shit load up. Wait, what? I lost already? What do you mean? What do you mean, Spirit? Hmm. Good, guys. Happy Wednesdays, guys. Mm-hmm. Something else. Let's go break her cuck door. Yep. That's called a double standard. I find them not fun. There's a lot of things in life that have double standards now. We're gonna leave the top door. Debate on it. People. Thank you, Claude. You gonna drop right away? Nowhere. That's really weird. Why that would work. And auto dead hard? Possibly. That was a long hit though. I believe they're gonna finish this before I get it off though. Sit. There you go. Bye. You're fucking with that too long. I don't know if we'll make this, we'll see it. Nope, we didn't make it. Double back. Yep. If they unhook for me, that'd be beautiful. Did. Yeah. This it. She seems fast. Oh, she has base kit BT. If it's still up though. There we go. No. Yes, she has it. Oh. Yeah. Go outside, push her back to kill shack. Dumb shit. Got me good. We're gonna push outside here, guys. We're gonna go to the basement, because when they unhook, it'll cause them to funnel, and that's what we want for finding them, so it works out in our favor. Very sweaty match, guys, if you aren't getting that already. That was supposed to be a whip. Hey, buddy. Pick up. He goes. Balanced? No balance. Interception. Works for me. Definitely take that, because now it's another pickup that's not doing a gen. The other guy's doing a gen. Dumb play. DS is gone already. Good shit, guys. We'll immediately hook and get rid of this. Good fucking shit. Bye. Very sweaty squad. They're going to kill shack now. We will go on the way over. Looks like one of our zombies is broken. Yeah, we're gonna reset that guy. Go. You guys going for unhook? There you go. It's beautiful. That was a huge waste of time, my dude. Nope. Hey, buddy. Nope. Good shit. Does make for some spicier chases when I go for like some super proxies, doesn't it? Ah. But I'm just a tunneler and camper, so I can't do this shit, right? Leave the cloud on the ground. Ah, deliverance. Yeah. Oh no, she got me. Hilarious. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna pick up in front of you too. Nope. Bye. Hmm. Hey, buddy. Hmm. Bye. You're outside. Go to the pallet. You're outside again. Ooh, she seems fast right now. I don't know what's going on. Can't make that. Nope. Another guy's right here, or is he upstairs? He's on the gen upstairs. DS now? No DS. Risking her biscuit. Mmm. You learned a lot from me? Yeah. There's other streamers that are big that are still learning the same things that I've learned, including like whip tricks and techniques on them. Remember when there's a time at which like fucking Nemesis streamers always go for whips? Like some sort of fucking pride thing with like Hunter's pride or bullshit? Yeah. You have a Swiss Army knife, guys. You shouldn't use the fucking knife all the time in the Swiss Army knife. Sometimes you need to open the corkscrew, you know? Yeah, she did. This is definitely an incredibly sweaty lobby. I don't know why she's looking for mercy. You guys would not show me any mercy, I can guarantee you that. Other chick, I'm pretty sure just went to Zimbabwe. Oh. She's just breaking my totems. Wrong way. Nope. I was waiting for the zombie to come over to eat her. She drops her toolkit. Like, literally, guys, ultra sweaty survivors will do anything. Notice how she's struggling now, too? Ultra sweaty survivors will literally do anything to help them win. If they think they can manipulate you, they will. 4% deliverance now. One of the guys already had deliverance, so... yeah. Good zombie. Oh no, I better go pick up that slug on the ground. It's blinking at me. How about some hentai? I love hentai. A lot of you loves hentai. Not as much as Feng, though. Feng really loves the hentai. Oh look, deliverance. No, that's not for you. I know better. You think she has DS now, too? Like, I literally can't touch her because she might have DS. Yeah. And she might also have Unbreakable. So now we just gotta sit here and wait for 60 seconds to pick her back up. She could also have Unbreakable Soul Guard. There's a lot of potential perks that could actually save her in this situation. Yeah. Once again, I know better to leave the hook. I know better. And 4% are never 4% in my games, so. She blew her load. She should have waited until the other guy died. Well, really close to the other guy dying. She didn't. Really? DS, bye DS. No, she's dead. I bet we're gonna get some spicy chat at the end of this one, guys. This was a very, very sweaty lobby, so. Good for us. This is another highlight. We're definitely gonna highlight this. This is not easy mode games. This is not Europe, or excuse me, UK. Playing with your tiny population base. I'll throw that out there. That'll be fair if you get stream sniped enough. If you get stream sniped enough, it's basically the equivalent of playing in high MMR, so it doesn't matter. True gets stream sniped all the fucking time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time you get stream sniped. Double Deliverance. Hey look, the Lottie had DS. Yep. Have anonymous mode on stream. Not interested. Yep. So guys, if we picked up the Lottie, she was a hot potato. And DS is incredibly rare now, guys, but considering how sweaty this lobby was, I wasn't going to risk that. She does actually have DS. So if I picked up the Lottie, she would have got out. And how much distance she would have got remains to be seen. But she would have definitely have gone off my shoulder and ran away. So completely worked around all of her perks. Claudette. Once again, notice how this one's a very sweaty lobby. All these guys are running, not all, 3 of them are running DH, which is probably the pre-made. Actually, maybe not. I'm pretty sure this is a 4-man, though. 3 DHs, 2 Deliverances. Yeah, not just 1. Deliverances tends to be relatively rare. It can be clutch, by the way. Deliverances tend to be rare. 3 DSs, very rare. This is more rare than OTR is. And all 3 of them are running it. There is an Unbreakable, but that's the guy we tunneled the game initially. Good shit. Played that perfectly, guys. So, Kill Dungeon, not using it the same way as I used to during Degenerate hours, but still pretty good. Is there any reason I can't open your Steam profile? Anonymous mode. Yes. And it's good that it stops people from doing that. All she would have saw was a private profile. She would have known my username, but it doesn't matter because it's not linked at all to my Twitch account, so would have gotten her nowhere, or him. Right. Black hands. Let's try sprucing this up a bit. We're gonna do aggro speed combo. Normally I do one or the other, but we'll try this time. Felicia's nice. Yeah, that was very rare. Considering how heated that game was, those guys weren't super BM-y, by the way. They kind of like started derping around at the end of the game, but they were in general weren't very BM-y. They played hard, but not BM-y. Besides, like, maybe a couple taunts in there. Wasn't like the guy on the window at the hook. Besides the guy at the window on the hook there. Even then, I think that was just kind of fucking around at that point. I was trying to get a crack whip on her, and it didn't work out, so. It's actually pretty rare. Good for them. Yeah, I'm interested in him. He's kind of buggy right now, but also a lot of people are playing him. And I want to get... So, Nemesis, because he is my main, he's who I've... Not just my main, who I've played it the most in this game. When new patches come out, I like setting a baseline so I can understand the changes that have happened and get a better idea of how they influence the game before I change things up. With a new killer, for instance, you'll change things up. I do plan on playing Whiskers, but not yet. Here, Whiskers. Not yet, and a lot of people are playing them right now, so the content's kind of saturated on that as well anyways, so. And I like Nemesis. Nemesis is fun. I've talked about this before, but one of the reasons I started playing Nemesis was purely for his zombies. And still, one of the things I actually enjoy the most about him is zombies, even though they break half the time. Give you a lot of information. They can apply an area control. Kind of fun interactions. Whiskers, yeah. I do want to play them. Not yet. I don't know exactly how well you do on a farm map. You'd be basically like 115 because of all the open areas. That's not super horrible. Yeah, it wouldn't even be that bad, even if your power is more situational. You could get to loops where you could actually use his power, so... And this might be a cheat lobby. The two maps that survivors love taking you to the most when they cheat is Ormond, and the new one that's kind of like Ormond is Dead Dog. I don't know why it seems like I get more cheaters in Dead Dog now and then barely go to Ormond. But primarily when I'm taken to Ormond, it's because it's a cheat lobby. Sadly, I have nothing against Ormond. I don't think it's a bad map. Same thing with Dead Dog. I think it has a lot to do with the long window loops and the clarity, so you can easily see where the killer is, and then you can just work around it. Followed by Haddonfield and Badam. But Dead Dog never used to be on that list as something new that people started doing, so. Remains to be seen, guys. We'll see if this is a cheat lobby. Had some sus games already tonight. The last game was very sweaty despite them not cheating. This guy's in the corner. You're gonna tell her to fuck off pretty soon. Thank you. Came back. Let's find out. Not double back. Okay, we'll tap then. Chick. It's fine. Vicious. Buddy. Got in main now, too. A lot of these gens have a decent amount of progress considering, they're probably gonna get pre-drops now. Fast. This too. A W key. Hey, buddy. Yeah. We got KD here, that's even better. We're gonna tap, double back. Pick, there's a guy on my right. Right there. Double back immediately. Must have breakout. I don't know why this is darker than normal. Nope. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah. Alright, Michaela. I literally heard you, you son of a bitch. Not sure what she was thinking. I think she thought I was a bad killer. Yeah. I kind of want to go and reset the upstairs rooms, but we have 2 slugs on the kitty. I don't know how to deal with this with reassurance. Whoop, there they go. Not who we saw, by the way. Might get an interception here. Yep. Oh. We're picking back. I don't know if we'll get flashed here. No, just barely. Thought we had the time properly. Can't make window. Yes? Nope. Yes. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Oscillate? No. No one coming for heal? Dead. We'll go for Claude now. So light, proxying. Go. Outside. Marker. That's important, so we can find her later. Even if a chase takes longer, push her outside. She should have dropped just now. We're going to push her inside. Like that. You know. W key real quick. There's the other guy in front of us. You can see with the zombie. You guys not here. We're basing that on a possible skill check, but it might not go off. We'll see. We'll put her in mini KD, which is this guy. Looks like she got the skill check. Yep. Who did I hook? It wasn't Claude? I thought Claude was chasing us. Was it Michaela? No. That's where we hooked Claude. Buddy. Other guy's doubling back now. It must have been Michaela. Yeah. There we go. Choose DS to get the icon. It was Michaela. I went after the Claude. It was Michaela. That sucks. Fucking guy. Be enough proxy though? back. And confirm the kill. Comes, she can't make that. Dead. Other guys on far gen, we don't care about that one though, so it's fine. Already got rid of this. Buddy. And I felt like it should have hit. Doesn't matter. Avoided the vault. It's even better. Push her upstairs. She didn't go. Oh, that whip drag. Phenomenal, guys. This is another really good game. Push outside. Whoa. Nope. Hey, buddy. Let me tap this for you. There you go. Just in case the other guy has Unbreakable. Dropped. You got a BT on top. Excuse me. Broke one of my zombies. Bloodless. You good? Now wait for a 4% in deliverance again. Okay. Now we wait for her to die so we can hook this guy. And we don't risk 4% of deliverance. Or any endgame bullshit. See what we have here for hooks. We can make that. Unless she has flip-flop. Which would suck. Another very, very sweaty lobby, guys. Good, good, good. Ah, Hatch-chan. Got it. Got it. Got it, guys. Distortion. Yeah, I mistake that. Two people running distortion. I thought it was Michaela, or I thought it was Claude, and it wasn't. It was Michaela. That was her second tunnel. Whoops! That was a big whoopsie. I don't know why. I think I saw her pants, and I thought it looked like Claude and like bloomers or something. It was actually Michaela that was in the basement. Pretty good. Yeah, so that was a very sweaty team, guys. Wouldn't say anyone in there was cheating, but they took us to Ormond anyways. Jeegers! Oh my god, Jeegereezers. Yeah, so in terms of perks here, guys, we do have an OTR, 2 OTRs, 3 OTRs, and a DS. And OTR and DS on the Zarina. Remember how I said they're fucking rare as shit at high MMR? And now we're just running into them all the time? What the fuck is this shit? Okay. Distortions. Which, by the way, if I had an ore reading perk, this would immediately nullify its effectiveness, which would suck. Breakout. That was the Michaela that was tailing us. Zealous. Hyper focus with stakeout, huh? Oh my god. Because they really needed to fucking do that. Thanks, BHVR. Let's do more things that complete gens faster. Oh, what a good idea! Yeah, let's make chases harder while making it more difficult to complete, or faster to complete gens. Woohoo! That 10 seconds during the anniversary update, it's gonna be a doozy. Oh, buddy. It's like they fucking gave us like a, they threw like crumbs to the killers during the anniversary update, and then added all this shit back into the game just to completely negate it. Half hours who got inconsequentially, yeah. Unrelated, but got tunneled up first, yeah. Completely unrelated to that. No. Yeah, so they have a bunch of things here to complete gens faster, guys, if you're missing that. And then just good old prove thyself, because we need that too. Probably doing a challenge. Perk. Another very sweaty game. We should highlight that too. Another highlight. I had a lot of highlights today. 2 heals, 1 drop from the DS. Alright, I need to take a piss, guys. 1 second. Mir back. Fighter, guys. Excuse me while I put some nuts in my mouth, guys. Nuts are fantastic. You guys should try it. Get some nice mixed nuts. A little bit of the salty goodness, you know? A little bit of fat in there. The one really weird thing, guys, is... we aren't really seeing reassurance at all. Despite these being very sweaty games, there's no reassurances. It is really fucking weird, right? I'm tunneling and camping people, even though I'm doing more liberal, like my proxying is further out. They're still tunneling and camping. But you should see a lot of reassurances, right? We saw them yesterday, and now today we are not seeing any. The teams are harder, and we aren't seeing any reassurances. And we're clearly playing against good squads. So what the fuck's going on? We just see more now. As the game progresses, after the patch, we should see even more reassurances because people will have time to grind them out, right? Why aren't we seeing reassurance tonight? I think we saw maybe one. Where on the other hand, we're seeing a lot of OTRs and decisive strikes. I don't know. I don't think it is. I don't think it... We talked about this before. So, in terms of when I tunnel and camp people out of the game, maybe that's just something that... Maybe it's a streamer incentive or a streamer influence. Because people weren't running OTR and DS either, which is absurd. Considering how much they bitch about tunneling and camping. There's no one talking about, like, hey, you should run OTR or DS. They just bitch about it instead. This guy is... If you guys are curious, by the way, what an anonymous name looks like, when you click on him, it looks like that. I could reveal all these guys' names. I can't reveal this guy's name. And right now, I think one of the best things to do is dodge. You can play against him. I'm not going to, though. Because that's either a streamer or a cheater. One of the two. Neither of them I'm interested in playing against. BT was buffed enough for them. But that's the weird thing, is like OTR functions outside of... OTR, I would say, is the best anti-tunneling perk in the game, because you can just keep someone on the hook. Anti-tunneling, anti-camping perk in the game. It could be that there's a streamer that's just like lamenting about it, and it's causing this game is very, very, very much influenced by streamers. Incredibly influenced by streamers. And if you got a big streamer that's talking shit about reassurance, people aren't going to run it. But then again, as I mentioned before, in my personal opinion, it only takes one reassurance on your team to completely fuck things up if someone's camping. When I tunnel and camp, guys, prior to this patch, when I tunnel and camp, I'd usually get the first guy out by 3 or 2 gens. Yeah, which is still about the same, but instead of waiting out hell states, I am actually baiting unhooks, which is something I did prior to the patch. It depends on what kind of team I was going into, though. But I'm no longer camping, proxying nearly as close as I used to. But in terms of 2 or 3 gens, if someone is on the hook for an extra 30 seconds per hell state, that means an extra minute in the game, and that's enough time for another gen. So instead of tunneling someone out at 2 or 3 gens, I'm tunneling them out at 1 to 2 gens, and there's still 3 people left in the game, especially at 1 gen. You can guarantee there's going to be at least 2 people getting out of the game unless you make some fantastic plays. They're probably going to get out with 1 to 2 people. I don't think it should at all, even with 1 person. With more, obviously, it just gets even more OP. Oh, wait. Huh. I was going to leave the lobby, and instead 2 people left the lobby. Okay. Alright. Guess they're knowers. But yeah, this community is heavily influenced, not always for the best, by the streamers. Heavily influenced in terms of what they do and what they bitch about. Yeah, so if someone says OTR is shit, people don't run OTR. If someone says DS is shit and they make a video about it, people don't run DS anymore, despite it being a good idea if you're getting Tunnel and Camp to run OTR and then run DS. It could be that there's going to be a switch between OTR and DS because base kit BT is longer now, which incentivizes hitting and then it reduces the effectiveness and endurance effect, right? I could see that happening. OTR has nothing to do with endurance effects. Hmm. I don't know. Yesterday there was a decent number of people running Reassurance. Now today there isn't. Cakey? Hmm. That kind of correlates with someone releasing a video or my MMR changing in some way where I'm playing in a different tier with different kinds of survivors. High MMR, especially towards the higher end of the spectrum and skill level, you can assume people are more in touch with stuff that's happening in the community, patch notes, updates, probably people watching streamers or tubers. So then they keep in touch with kind of the heartbeat more so than normal players do, because it's their love life, right? And they're more prone to change things when a supposed meta push happens by a big streamer. Not me. No one watches me. It takes other people's years to catch up with me. Story. True fucking story. For some reason my game's not loading. That is sus. Yeah. Hmm. The 2 new people that entered after the last 2 left were globes. So I couldn't check their profiles. Entity displeased, I see. So that's why it took so long to load. Becca Chambers, huh? Nathan, huh? Hmm. Hey, look, reassurance. Hey, look, reassurance. Wow. Yeah. See. Dude, survivors have so many fucking options for good perks now. It is insane. It is absolutely fucking insane. I'm still running basically the same build I was running prior to the update. I'm not even joking. Prior to the anniversary update, my build hasn't changed at all. Survivors get all sorts of new toys to play with, and I guess we get a new killer. So technically, I got a new toy. But that doesn't affect all my toys. I'd prefer things that affect all my toys. Please. Got new perks with the new killer, and they all suck dick. So, yeah, I think the last 2 killers worth of perks have been pretty shit. What was the last killer? Last killer was... It wasn't Crow Lady. Crow Lady? Dredge. Dredge has... I guess he does have Darkness Revealed, which is probably the best, right now, the best intel perk in the game. Intel Gathering perk in the game. And then he has 2 other perks that suck. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it fucking is. It's definitely fast enough. And then Prove Thyself is still fucking there. And then you can run toolboxes on top of it, which, like I said, survivors don't even need to fucking run add-ons. This is why killers are add-on dependent. Survivors are not add-on dependent. They don't even need to, like, there's people that just go in without any item, and they could just run a toolbox and just make gens go faster, because they can. Ah, we got our crass names. Prostate Inverter, Oni's Cum Dump, Cops at Pride, Hawk Agitator, Cement Chewer, Boone Napalm. I mean, there's an ongoing theme here, is what I'm seeing. Game. Mm-hmm. I mean, we've actually haven't had many... There haven't been many lobbies today I've dodged. They just take forever to get into. Usually when I dodge them, it's because of anonymous names. Prior to the patch, we had a shitload of crass namers. And once again, I have nothing against people that want to name themselves Cumsock or whatever. It's just they tend to be degenerates, and they're more likely to cheat, is what it turns into. Based on the people we've won against that cheat. People that have no internal integrity or moral compass tend to be people that cheat. They're also the people that name themselves shit like that. So. Mm-hmm. Got a memer. Once again, I don't even dodge people based on their hours in DBD. That's not what I do to dodge people. You guys see that? This is why we check profiles, and this is why I will dodge. Ah! The weeb. Oh, wait. What's going on here? 1 VAC ban on record, multiple game bans on record. 708 days since last ban. Ah, I see. I mean, you have a very pretty picture, but I guess that doesn't define you as a person. Like, I don't even look at hours. I don't think hours have a whole... Once you get past a couple hundred hours in the game, guys, I think it has relatively little to do with your actual performance. You'll continually to get better, but there's diminishing returns for the amount of time you put into something versus skill level. Like, you start to plane off because you can only do so much to improve yourself. After a certain point, you'll still learn new things over time, you'll still get better, but you won't have, like, major breakthroughs. So, after you get a couple hundred hours, that's pretty good. That being said, Killer and Survivor are completely different, so... playing one doesn't mean you have a couple hundred hours worth of experience in the other. Versa. Survivor's a lot easier to play, though. But what Survivors will tell you, Survivors make you think that for every 1,000 hours they have in the game, they move 1% faster. It's true. I heard it. I heard it, guys. If you guys are curious, you move 1% faster for every 1,000 hours you put in this game. True story. They'll say all sorts of shit about hugging corners and shit like that. I hug corners. I hug walls. You don't get speed bonuses from that. It's not Mario Kart. It's not fucking Mario Kart. Oh. Weeb. Another VAC ban. And a guy I dodged earlier. Actually, I think... No. I think we just played against him. I didn't dodge him, though. Yep. Check profiles, guys. I'm sure he is completely reformed, though. It's like the prison system in real life. It's actually pretty rare for me to run into vac gamers. I hope you guys are having wonderful Wednesdays, though. Had some pretty good games tonight, I'm surprised. Very sweaty games, too. You're going to be longer, too. You have a shit pinger. That's what I like too, is now you can see people's, if they have problems with their connection, you can see it in the lobby. Profile. Private profiles, possible Twitch streamer. This one guy has a lot of connection problems. See. Awful lot like a pre-made, guys. Actually, I can show you guys this because it hides their names now. One of these guys had... Yeah, I can show you guys the escape menu now because it hides names. That's nice. Breaker cup door. Only guy looks like he had ping issues or packet loss issues. Both are really bad for us. Guesses they're on that one right in front of us. Nope. Hey, buddy. I got stuck. He's gonna come back to the gen. Do a long window loop? No. Felix is a leggy one. Oh, she's doing long window loop, guys. Oh. Long window loop usually means we got a cheater. Make that. Hmm. Push. Lights up again. Got a W key. Nowhere. Buddy. He's gonna drop. A pallet here. Okay. Pretty sure the Kate's cheating. Fuck's their hook? Oh, there it is. I just like how it hides the hooks right in front of you when they're behind walls. That's obnoxious. Pretty sure we got a cheat lobby. We're gonna cam off, guys. Why the fuck is she here? Yes. Okay. W key for me? Yeah, that's not what you should be doing. Yeah. DS. No DS. Okay. We're gonna leave. Scratch marks back here. Fucking around with the zombies somehow. Okay. I'm pretty sure she's cheating. Obviously, there's 110% movement speed and lithe on top of this, but very certain she's just running fast with normal too. Drop chase, even though we're in chase with her. Yeah. We're gonna see protection hits here shortly. W key. We're losing chase while in chase with her, guys. She's that fast. Off, bitch. Very certain she's cheating. DS, she saved it. Nope, she's dead. Downstairs so she can't get an interception. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure they changed it to make the life of killers more difficult. They like doing stealth nerfs to fuck with killers. Then... Nothing. They're doing things to fuck with the zombies for sure. This is not normal zombie movement. Kate, pretty sure was cheating. All three of them are probably here. Around as a cell. Yep. Guess there's a guy back there. Either way, will make their life more difficult. She's just going a long window loop. Like I mentioned before, guys, when people cheat, they always go long window loops. Oh, maybe not. She thought she could loop. Okay. Fucked up. Super erratic movement. Seems faster now. Buddy. Guns right now. There he is. That seems faster or longer than normal. Hi. Probably healing right here. Fucking with my zombies again, guys. Yeah, there's no way she got all the way fucking over here. That's the other chick that we're chasing, so the O2 is cheating as well. Back. You're dumb shit. Cool. Oh no. The guy might have slipped by. He might just be on a gen too. No, we're gonna hook her and wait for him to go back, and then we're gonna play hooksy with him. Like this. No, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Bye. Dumb shit. Yeah, you're fucking hilarious. You wanna go down? You fucked up again. We're gonna sit on our reassurance. Yeah, that guy fucked off. And just to make sure this isn't an unbreakable. Like I said, it's always the same shit, guys, when people are cheating, is they'll make all sorts of fucking amazing plays and then do really, really stupid shit. Like, out here. That guy lands head first into a zombie. Mm-hmm. Lots of progress here. There's blood trail. Hmm? Mm-hmm. You know, pre-throw for me? Come outside. Oh, you fucked up. Alright, now if we want to be really sweaty, we can bleed out Ada. Which I think we might do. 0-2. So she might get a chance at hatch if I hook the Felix. we wait too long, obviously he can risk deliverance 4% when she's about to die and get a hatch play. With this group right now, with how sus they are, I think we're going to wait and we're going to bleed out the Ada. Because it's an option I have. Yeah, it's just a safer one, guys. It is still have Unbreakable or Soul Guard. This is definitely a pre-made. There's no way that these guys are separate from each other. Even if they leave the lobby, it doesn't matter. 0-2 and Kate were cheating. Broken in the right. Bye-bye, Felix. Good. Good. Oh yeah, also the fucking cakes and styptics. Oh my god, they're decked out. Imagine, guys. Head-ons, deceptions. Trying to make group plays. So in this match, guys, we had 1 OTR, no DSs, no BTs, no reassurances. Very weird, once again, for how sweaty these games are. Very, very weird. We see there's 1 OTR in this match. No DSs, no BTs. So if I camped, I would have been perfectly fine just camping normally. But you can't figure it out. And once again, if people are cheating, they can swap out perks. So, yeah, kind of hindsight is 20/20 sort of shit. But it's like hindsight, because they can see that in hindsight they should have brought reassurance and then just switch it out. We got blinded at all, did we? No. No, we got blinded once on a pallet at the beginning of the game. Built the last med kit. You guys were using locker builds to fuck with me. We got head on once. Okay. Kate. She actually tried to do loops and then immediately went down. And then also the 0-2 ran insanely fucking fast after the unhook. obviously. He could because of the BBT. Good. There's definitely a pretty big difference, guys, between some people after they're unhooked and other people when they're unhooked. I'm not talking about like live or sprint burst or balance, like an exhaust going off. Like some people run a lot fucking faster after they get unhooked than other people, even though they're all running 110 for 10 seconds. And there's no BT in here too, so it could have even been 20 seconds of 110. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Yeah. Like I mentioned before, BHVR loves doing stealth nerfs to killers, like hook placement, shit like that, just to fuck with you. Loop placement, pallet placement. They change a bunch of stuff behind the scenes and never tell you about it. Let's... make some highlights here, guys. We got like 4 tonight. We got a lot of highlights. We had a lot of really sweaty games tonight that I feel comfortable highlighting because they're actually really good. Left. This VAC ban, they'll hide their account. So one count. Also why it's kind of sus when you go against a four-man. This is probably Steam lobby. We're in cam off for our first game. It's a very fast load for consoles. Once again, they're all globes too, which probably means these guys are PC players. All of them. One. There it is. Like, I'd even classify most of these games tonight as Ultra Swiss. You even fucking look behind yourself. Wow. Bye. Still very fast. BT should be up. Too far. That's a syringe. Actually, OTR. One of them did have a syringe. It could have been Felix when he ran past her, too. Predictable? This is where we lost our tunnel. And then they fucked up. They were just like randomly healing in the open. Oh, we should watch the part where she just fucking disappears in front of us. It's right here, isn't it? No sound, nothing. Follow her right up here. There, and she's just gone. Her blood trails just disappeared in front of me. Felix that came over is hurt. Disappeared in front of me. So right here is a blood trail. It could have been, because there's no scratch marks going to the window, by the way. And there's Felix here, but he's also hurt, which I associated that with him. Which is where the scratch marks are coming from, because they weren't there when we first ran around the corner. Her blood trail is just No scratch mark. Oh, there's a scratch mark there.
In front of me. Blood shield.
So I guess she just didn't leave any scratch marks at all? Because Felix came over and definitely left scratch marks. There's scratch marks here. There's no scratch marks on the ground. And she definitely didn't have lightweight. And by the way, if you guys didn't know, when I talk about erratic scratch marks, it's because there aren't trails being left normally. Most people, when they run lightweight, it's not that difficult to deal with. And erratic scratch marks are where there's entire swaths of scratch marks that are just missing, or they'll do stupid shit, like they just appear on the walls or on the... Actually, scratch marks don't appear on the ceiling. Actually, I don't know. No, scratch marks don't appear on the ceiling. Actually, maybe. Depends on how close the ceiling is to the ground. But you'll get some really fucking weird shit where you're just missing scratch mark swaths. Like right here, it's just gone. And there's a little splotch here, but there's nothing on this side leading up to the window or over the edge of the window where it looks like Claudette was sitting here. You see how big the blood pool is here? It looks like she just sat here at the window. Like she's still sitting here when I came over here. And then she's just gone. And there's a scratch mark here, and there's no scratch marks here. And when the Felix comes over, the scratch marks appear.
In front of me.
Right there. But this is from Felix, and I thought this was from Felix too. We went back and checked lockers and shit. Yeah. Which, by the way, she doesn't have Iron Will, and even then Iron Will doesn't fully protect you, so we should be able to hear her in the locker.
Somehow, literally right in front of me, guys, and disappeared.
And then she's over on the side over here, healing with the Felix. We see her later on.
Here there. Hey, guys.
Yep. Just healing in the fucking open. Yeah.
No. No.
W key. It's really hard to hit a whip on that because of the height difference.
And with the tip.
Did it hit?
Take that tip.
It shouldn't have. All the time I was willing to give to him.
Do we have dungeon here? We do. We're gonna go inside.
Somehow
I just walked through my character model.
Yeah, there's like a little ramp you have to go up there. And you just walked around me.
So they can't body block on the way down here.
Or walk through me.
Yeah, this guy I'm pretty sure is cheating. A bunch of these guys I'm pretty sure were cheating.
Indicator. Good.
Go inside. And their regression with those unbreakable. And we're gonna protect. We're gonna things. And change out your perks in the middle of the game. You're cheating. But we didn't touch for the bleed on the ground. The blood completely stopped, and then it looked like we were getting blood seeded by the Felix, who showed up there. If you guys are missing that, Felix was there. Ash is obviously there too, but it was like the Felix was there fucking around where the blood was appearing. It's like Felix came over and intentionally put blood down there. And then we never saw the Claudette leave either, which made it even weirder. This in Whisker. I was working on Doctor, and we'll go back to Doctor.
Good. Claude? Good. Had a lot of highlights tonight. Lots of good games, guys. This guy, how well you do in the game versus what? Now with enhanced BBT. Good. What was this one? If you really want to, though, you can do 119. I mean, I'm not going to stop you. I know when people suggest stuff, or like, you know, like, what about that one extra FPS? I want that one extra FPS. You know, when they like kind of flinch at you. Yeah, that's what's happening there. These sounds sound really fucking weird for some reason. I don't know what's going on there. Push her outside so she doesn't get vault. No one ducks about this, by the way. Always push people outside. Good story. We do this because we need to. That's worth it, even though the chase is going to take longer. We need to reset on that guy. Hey, guys. Oh, that's not. That's really fucking weird. That means there's no scratch marks there. Like, well, seems like she's slower. From Attack on Titan, and her icon on the left side. I'm interested again in BBT. Now we're probably gonna wait for her to die before I hook this other guy. 4% is season 2. This is an entitled squad. Animation. What happened in this one? I note that erratic scratch marks, guys. These guys both have lightweight, and I had no problems, absolutely no problems chasing these guys. We just went over this. When I point out erratic scratch marks, it's because something is fucking around with the scratch marks. It's not lightweight. So, thanks. And plus 10. Way behind things. He's where I was at a year ago. When you have things that help you counter other things but are too entitled, spoiled, or dumb to run them, that's on you. I always think people are sweet. Yeah? But yes, a lot. Maybe you should run them. And why I tunnel. Yeah. So confused. Oh my god, my cat ears are twitchy and confusion. My tail's flicking back and forth. Just the cocaine levels of caffeine. Because I like to win? Why do you care that you lost? It's just a game, man. If you're not taking it seriously, why are you still, you know, so invested in this conversation? Yeah. You just usually at about again when I predator kids doing the time and Good. No, True is literally an inferior. Guys. Is on cocaine, your cat ears are twitching. The game is very competitive. It's not balanced. The way, guys, is because you're a sad human being because of XYZ. So that you go to the website where it asks you to donate to them. Game. I could put the chat on the screen too, and when I use actually intentionally loses my key so that you go to the website where it asks you to donate to them. Yeah, I wonder if it caught my earlier one. I don't know. Okay. Spell it right to spell it wrong. We had one of these where it was actually a really sweaty game, and it just turned out that get a GG out of the survivor. Very rare. Oh, this one. Another Ultra Swift. Made that video. That was a long hit, though. Lots of good games tonight, guys. Jeez. Like, they weren't just, like, just straight up cheat lobbies either. Good, guys. We just have, like, really strong Swifts we're playing against. Happy Wednesday, guys. Something else. Let's go break her cuck door. Yep. That's called the double standard. I find them not fun. There's a lot of things in life that have double standards now. We're gonna leave the top door. She drops her toolkit. Like, literally, guys, ultra sweaty survivors will do anything. Notice how she's struggling now, too? Ultra sweaty survivors will literally do anything to help them win. If they think they can manipulate you, they will. 1% deliverance now. And then we played the shit out of her. Played this absolutely perfectly, guys. At me. I love you guys 60 seconds. A lot of you love hentai. Not as much as Feng, though. Feng really loves the hentai. Oh, look, deliverance. Yeah, she just tried to take that. I know better. Now we have to wait for his deliverance. I think she has DS now, too? Like, I literally can't touch her because she might have DS. Yeah. And she might also have Unbreakable. So now we just gotta sit here and wait for 60 seconds to pick her back up. Yep. And at the end of this one, guys, this was a very good game. Sniped enough is basically the equivalent of playing at high MMR, so it doesn't matter. True gets stream sniped. Yep. I went off my shot at is and well, oh my is there any reason I can't open your Steam profile? Anonymous mode. Yes. Love it. And it's good that it stops people from doing that. All she would have saw was a private profile. She would have known my username, but it doesn't matter because it's not linked at all to my Twitch account, so would have gotten her nowhere or him. Good. Good all-rounder, guys. Ultra Swift, good. Normally, like, normally get, like, maybe 1 highlight per night. We got 4 today. Incredible. Like, I don't like highlighting stuff that feels like it's nothing special. Yeah, I wouldn't even... Ormond is Ormond? Something new. Followed by Haddonfield and Badam. But Dead Dog never used to be on that list as something new that people started doing, so remains to be seen, guys. We'll see if this is a cheat lobby. Double back. What are you doing? I don't know why this is darker than normal. Nope. I haven't played Ormond since the patch, so they might have changed something. What the fuck are you doing? Okay. I don't want to go. I chased the wrong one. I lost Michaela. I thought it was Claude. My second hook, and it wasn't. Marker. That's important, so we can find her later. Even if a chase takes longer, push her outside. She should have dropped just now. We're gonna push her inside. Like that. You know. Who did I hook? It wasn't Claude? I thought... Oh, it was Michaela. Coming from the future, it was Michaela. Far. Oh, that whip drag. Phenomenal, guys. This is another really good game. Push outside. Whoa. Oh, if I whip dragged that properly, that would have been a hit. Hey, buddy. Let me tap this for you. There you go. Just in case the other guy has... Has Noah activated at all today, guys? No. I don't think we had a single Noah activation today. A lot of really sweaty games, but no Noah activations. Another highlight. I had a lot of highlights today. 3 heals, 1 drop from the DS. Good. Multi-tunnels TM. Good. Alrighty, guys. We had some pretty good games tonight, guys. I feel as though I am out of here for this evening. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight. We'll be looking to this, guys. We are going to wait till things normalize a little bit in terms of perks and how things feel before I flesh out to different killers. I am interested in playing Whiskers. I have not played him yet, and definitely kind of interested in playing him. In general, I don't feel as though... I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. A lot of people are saying he's super amazing. Other people are saying he's buggy and shit. So, yeah. I don't know. It could just be your shitty connection that's making him buggy and shit, too. Yeah. Fix your shit internet. I mean, to be fair, it took me years before I got fiber, so I was very late to the fiber train, and after I finally got fiber, I was playing this game instead. Yeah, played first-person shooters for years, guys, and it wasn't until I got fiber that I switched to a game that basically doesn't matter whether or not I have fiber or not, which kind of sucks, but, you know. Yeah, still have not. I guess we went back to Fortnite for a little bit, but, yeah, in order to be competitive first-person shooters, you have to have fiber. It's... cable is just a completely different technology. It doesn't matter how much bandwidth you have. It's not designed around latency. and making sure that packets get to where they need to go on time in order and without getting held back by all the other people operating on your fucking area. Yeah. It's just an inferior technology compared to fiber. Of course, they're both just better than DSL or whatever, but yeah. I guess there's some really good DSL, but most people don't have that, and I don't have that. What's in the US isn't good fiber, or excuse me, good DSL, so. And the funny thing is, even if I didn't get fiber, I probably could have gotten Starlink. But once again, also started appearing about the same time the fiber did in my area. So, you know, whatever. And Starlink, by the way, latency-wise, can be very good. It depends on how overloaded your node is. Other times it can be bad, but they're supposedly aiming for competitive latency, which is around 20 ms, which is pretty absurd. Cable generally doesn't even get around that. It depends on what you're talking about, though. But yeah, guys, I'm out here for this evening, guys. We had a lot of good games tonight. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight. We'll be playing more Nemesis. But if you're new to the stream, you enjoy the bullshit, you enjoy the fun, you enjoy the ultra sweats tonight, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. Also sweating in real life. Make sure to the follow button in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT -6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow, guys, will be more of the dibs. Alrighty, but I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.